Let's get it. Alright, I was wondering why my Rockfin wasn't playing, and I was still logged into the Glowbusters Rockfin, so I just deleted that one, and we should be on Rockfin in a second. But this one should be able to stay on YouTube the whole way anyway. So, well, that makes sense, man. Alright, anyway, how's it going? So I am planning on going to NASA this week, and we've looked into the astronaut that's there. She's actually the astronaut that supposedly dropped. Well, I'll show you guys who she is. The astronaut of the week, or it's called astronaut of the day. They're there for like a week at a time. And so I popped up a goal. Any donations that are donated to the stream tonight are gonna go to the Audit NASA mission fund for that. I want to get an annual pass and video glasses and a microphone. So yeah, and then I put like, if you go to the Ko-fi, you'll see the goal, and it's got like the work portal, which is like 100. The business one's 150 a month, but there's a cheaper version. Anyway, long story short, whatever gets donated to the stream tonight is going to go to the Audit NASA mission. Which I think that everyone should agree that, like, if NASA's lying and faking stuff regarding space, shouldn't we all be on the same team? Like, if you disagree with me about other things, who cares? Right? I mean, if they're lying, they're lying. But you'd be surprised. Got a lot of people trying to make sure it doesn't work. Alright, I'm not sure why Rockfin's still not working, but I'll try to work on it while we play this video. So we're going to start with, I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Look, I think this one has it. Yeah, you see, so it's got the Audit mission goal, and then we have the same thing we always have here. So anyway, we're going to play this video, and I think it's pretty funny. We're just going to expose NASA's fraud. They're a fraudulent company, if you didn't know. All right, cool. Let's check it out. We'll go full screen.
Whilst
from
in
Mark
space,
Cameron. This is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah.
All
because
the
you
time.
can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black
cool
void.
thing.
I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the
you
Milky Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one
I didn't
and a
want
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
Those are amazing. Right before
the lights
sunrise.
of the zodiac.
The lights of the zodiac. The zodiacal lights.
But one thing to add to this, I think, which is kind of interesting about being able to look into the black void, is that we can't do that when the sun is out here on Earth, and it's not because the sun is so bright. It's because this atmosphere, right? The light comes through the atmosphere and refracts, and we see blue. It scatters. We see blue.
Scatters.
So what we see is.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
Neil,
Mr. Armstrong, I do realize that when you were on the moon, you had very little time for gazing upwards. But could you tell us something about what the sky actually looks like from the moon, the sun, the earth, the stars, if any, and so on?
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon. The Earth is the only visible object other than the sun that can be seen, although There have been some reports of seeing planets. I myself did not see planets from the surface, but I suspect they might be visible.
You don't see stars in the daytime on Earth, not because they're not there, but because the atmosphere is aglow with scattered light from the sun. If you take away the atmosphere, the sun will still be there, but the sky goes dark. That's what the folks get when they go to the edge of the atmosphere.
Yeah, I want to point out like that NASA apologists, they have like all these made up reasons for all this stuff, and they say, oh, you know, people are just lying, saying that the astronauts said contradictory things about seeing stars, and they're like, well, talking about on the surface of the moon, and then in between the Earth and the moon, you saw the guy I debated in the last modern day debate. He said, oh no, they saw stars. There's video of stars, which I've never seen videos of stars in the Apollo missions on the way to the moon. And so they say that they didn't contradict each other because they're talking about specific parts of it, right? Regarding if they're on the surface of the moon or the day side of the moon, everything. Now watch, this video completely buries it. And the reason I jumped in right now to intervene and say that, because they won't even make it to the 2 minutes that we just watched. They think they already have a script that shows that people are wrong about it. They're just going to start repeating that script. No, this video debunks the entire script. They are absolutely contradicting themselves. Like, the official story is not adding up. And I'll tell you what the astronaut said when I asked her about this very thing after the end of this video. But just pay attention to all the, what's the truth? And this is why audit NASA is important, is because if they're really going to space, then they should be able to answer any of our questions. They should be consistent, right? I mean, if it's really an experience you have that you're out in space, then it should be no problem to answer any and all questions without hesitation. If you ask me what it was like when I played football in the playoffs in high school, I wouldn't even hesitate to tell you because I did it, right? I wouldn't have to think about it. I wouldn't make up different stories about it. There wouldn't be someone else that supposedly was on my team in college when you play football and tell you a different story. Like, it's not how it works. All right, anyway.
And they're calling that the edge of space. But when you get to the edge of the atmosphere is no longer between you and the rest of the universe. And the stars reveal themselves just as they would at night. Since the moon has no atmosphere, then a daytime picture, if you're there in the daytime of the moon, you see a full night sky of stars, even with the sun in the sky as well. But when you get to the edge of the atmosphere, the stars reveal themselves just as they would at night. If you're there in the daytime of the moon, you see a full night sky of stars, even with the sun in the sky as well.
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon.
Someone said, never mind, from November for the cause, down with the NASA man. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you, bro. Someone said, not to mention, never mind the 10-second delay from the ISS compared to 2 seconds from the moon. Yeah, tell me how that works. 10 to 11-second delay on the ISS, which they mess up on both ways. Both ways, it messes up. But then there's like a 2.5-second delay on the moon. We actually covered that. There's a portion. We'll talk about that in a second. There's a portion where when they're responding to Houston, if you count how long the guy talks to say what he's saying to them on the moon, and then how long it takes for them to come back, it's right at 2.5 seconds, and that's not even counting how long the guy actually spoke. So they completely didn't go to the moon. They messed up their delay on the comms, and they did the same thing on the ISS. But anyway, let's keep going.
Moon as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
So you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can.
Yo, let me just say the obvious here, okay? Why are they hesitating right here? Like when they're first asked, like they've been to space. Please tell me why this is how they would look at each other as if they're trying to decide the answer. Explain to me how this doesn't look hilariously sketchy.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah.
All
because
the
you
time.
can see. Yeah. So you.
What is that? What is that? What are they doing?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. So
all
because
the
you can see.
You can't make this up. Why does Don Pettit look over at him like he's anxiously waiting for the answer, and then he's like, yeah, like clearly they haven't been to outer space, dude.
Cameron, this is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
So
all
because
the
you can
time.
see.
Yeah,
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's like the worst liar ever. I swear I'm being trolled. All right, let's just come back over here. We heard what Neil said about it. Just watch how this stuff just doesn't add up, man. It doesn't add up.
And with the sun in the sky as well.
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black
cool
void.
thing.
I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you know, actually on my very first mission, we went up and when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth. But then when you look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars. The cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
They're brighter, but they're different. And a lot of things different about them. One, you don't have the atmospheric distortion, so they don't twinkle, right? So you see lots of points, and you see lots of points, and that literally millions of them. And I live in Colorado, and you get up on a clear night in Colorado up in the mountains where there's no light and you can see all these stars. Well, multiply that by 1,000. That's what it's like in space. And then when you're outside doing a spacewalk and you have that one or two opportunities where you can let your eyes adjust, you can start to notice that some of the stars have colors we don't see here on the ground.
And we could not see stars.
The sky, of course, was black, but it had sort of a velvet sheen to it.
The biggest visual surprise was just how black the sky was. You have a brilliant sun, brighter than any sun you normally would see, even here in New Mexico. You have these extraordinarily high mountains. We were in a valley deeper than the Grand Canyon. But then you have this black sky, a sky blacker than black, as the old Vidicon expression used to be.
Just the inherent beauty of it, the velvet, bottomless bucket of the universe.
In like just hanging there in a vast sea of darkness. And
the bottomless bucket, a vast sea of darkness. Shut up, man. Took the bottomless pit and flipped it. Hey, Austin, I got no notification on the stream. Could it be YouTube with their BS shadow banning stuff again? Yeah, of course, of course. You're going to get unsubbed and not get notifications for this channel, but, you know, any channel that doesn't happen with, you know, what are they doing?
The most frightening darkness that you could ever imagine.
I've often tried to explain the difference.
It's scary, guys. Ooh.
In like just hanging there in a vast sea of darkness, and the most frightening darkness that you could ever imagine.
I've often tried to explain the difference between darkness, when you turn out the lights and it's dark in here, or blackness. Blackness is the endlessness of it all. It's hard to comprehend.
When you get up on a clear night in Colorado up in the mountains where there's no light and you can see all these stars, well, multiply that by 1,000. That's what it's like in space.
And we could not see stars.
I was just a systems engineer on a well-functioning spacecraft coming home. And so, sure, I had work to do, but not nearly as pressing as before. And we were oriented such that we were rotating to keep thermal balance on the spacecraft, and oriented in such a way that every 2 minutes, the Earth, the Moon, the Sun, and a 360-degree panorama of the heavens appeared in the cabin window. And that was awesome. It was an overwhelming experience. And we have to realize that in space, without the intervening atmosphere, the heavens are 10 times as bright, stars 10 times as numerous, because there's no atmosphere to block the light. And we have to realize that in space, without the intervening atmosphere, the heavens are 10 times as bright, stars 10 times as numerous, because there's no atmosphere to block the light.
Yeah.
All
because
the
you can
time.
see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's
which
not
is
a
the
black
cool
void.
thing.
I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
I don't remember seeing any.
Neil, the sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth. But then when you look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Hands down, the funniest part is right here.
Whilst
from
in
Mark
space,
Cameron. This is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Why, bro? Why is he looking at him like he's looking for his answer? I thought you've been to space too, bro.
Space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much
That is the most trolly nonsense I've ever seen, bro. Wild. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys. I know a lot of people, they see I popped up a decent little goal there. I'm going to check. I'm going to keep up with it, but I told you what the expenses are. You go read. You'll see what the expenses are. I'm not even taking any donations from the stream unless someone specifies, like, I want this to go to you and not out in NASA or whatever. But I'm doing it this week. I ordered glasses and then I didn't get them, so I ordered them again. There should be some coming, but they're like not a very good pair, and I'm afraid they're not going to be very low key. Like, I don't really want them to see the camera, but I think they probably will. So then I tried to order a second pair and see which one's better, and then I could return one, but that one's going to take longer to get here. And then I found a pair that looks really good. And I think you want a couple different types. You want like glasses and you want sunglasses. I'm not going to go too in detail about everything that's going on, obviously, because we have tons of haters, but I also want to stack up on those so that a group of people can meet me and we can hand them out and everyone can have it, get different angles. So yeah, this is like the first thing to stack up the gear. I have a decent amount of stuff from when I went on tour. I have a Rode mic. I think we need another couple Rode mics and the lapel mics that come with them. There's a few things that we need to go, like, you know, real deal, go in there and take care of business. We'll say that. But, and then obviously I'm going to get an annual pass so I can keep going. And obviously I have to travel across the state and stuff like that. But anyway, I'm going to show you who I should be talking to this week. And I'm just going to keep it to that this week. Now, if you are a Miswit, I do plan on having a live stream while I'm there and chilling with you guys. That'll be exclusive for the Miswits. If you want to be a Miswit, link in the description, members.miswits.com. All right. Let's check out who we're talking about here. So, Heidi Piper. And so if you see here, you meet the astronaut. Right here's the dates. So March 3rd through the 7th. Get a picture with them and everything. And I'm gonna start stacking them up. Because then right after that there's another one. Start stacking them up. And this is why we need people to help us and help me, right, to do research on what they supposedly done in space, good questions to ask them, stuff like that. And I don't want anyone participating unless it's like good faith, professional. We're not like, for all we know, these people truly believe a lot of the stuff. Who knows? We're gonna find out now. Clearly, those people making up stories about stars that contradict each other, they cannot all be simultaneously telling the truth. They are contradictory claims. they know they're lying. When we just watched Don Pettit, they looked at each other like, what should we answer here? Like, it's highly suspect. But anyway, it's almost like we're being trolled. It was so obvious to me. Okay, so this is her name now. You may be surprised that you actually have seen her before. So this is a video of her on an alleged spacewalk. Let's check it out.
Oh, great. We have a lost tool. One of my crew log bags was not transferred and it's loose. Okay, Heidi, crew lock bag. Yeah. You see it? Yeah, we see it.
This is Mission Control Houston. Spacewalkers outside the International Space Station reporting that one of their tool bags being prepared for use with the...
So the tool bag dropped the tool bag. Then they claim that they saw it from Earth. And this is supposedly the tool bag that she just dropped right here. That's right. That's supposedly the tool bag that she dropped. Yo, I can't make it up, bro. Can't make it up, bro. Proves it. Shut it down. You can see it. Look, oh, there's that little tool bag that was floating. It actually was going 17,500 miles per hour at that very moment that it looked like it was floating away real slow. It was floating away real slow within this magical realm of how it's going 17,500 miles per hour at the same time. And then that little backpack looks like the size of a backpack, right? I mean, we just saw how big it was. I mean, look how big it is.
Houston spacewalkers outside.
Right there. Yeah, that right there that's floating away supposedly is what this is. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, anyway, so that's the astronaut that dropped that tool bag. And I'm gonna go have a nice little combo with her. I'm gonna be respectful. For all I know, she may think that she's sworn in national security, she's helping America. Well, I don't know. Who knows? Either way, you get more flies with honey. Whatever they say. All right. Let's check this out. And by the way, I'm very particular about that. You're not allowed in audit NASA. You're not allowed to represent us. You're not allowed to go into any... You're not allowed to go out in the field if you're going to be disrespectful, if you're going to, be outrageous. Like, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. We're not talking about if the Earth is curving, and that's not what this is about. All right, let's check this out. This is the same girl.
And when I finally got to go out the door, that was something different too. And I figured that would never happen without the preparation we had training the team. And so I Right, that's not a little embarrassing. But, so I don't get people worried standing up here too long. And so I figure I could stand here, standing enough. Actually, the back feels good.
There we go. Now, that should be better.
Okay, someone else is saying this is a different person. That's Ashley Babbitt, someone says. Someone just posted it not at NASA and said it was the same girl. But it looks like he did his homework though. So yeah, no, so it's not Ashley Babbitt. So the person in the chat is incorrect. Oh, I don't know who Ashley is. If that's a joke, if that was like an inside joke, I have no idea what the joke is. Like, I mean, you got me. I have no idea what that is. But anyway, this is her name right here, right? Heidi Piper. Who is Ashley Babbitt? That sounds so familiar. Just kidding. Okay, yeah, obviously. I don't know who that is, though. Anyway, let's just finish watching a little bit of it.
That should be better.
Okay, I get it. She's from J6. I get it now. Like, I didn't... Dude, she was from J6. I didn't keep up with that psyop, bro.
My watch straps, the extenders I put in my...
Okay. So that's pretty, you gotta admit, it's pretty cool. That's the girl that's gonna be there. So girl dropped a tool bag. The girl that fainted. Now I've seen the video before. A lot of people said she's scripted or is she MK Ultra or what's going on. What's so cool about Audit NASA and what the trolls are not gonna be able to stop is we're Americans, and you know, we're not just auditing NASA, but my boy Alan, he took the best name, right? Space Audits. But as an American, I funded this. I have the right to be super skeptical. I have the right to have freedom of the press, to ask for verification of your claims. I have right to get information without FOIA. The Constitution says nothing about FOIA. I already paid you. Definitely doesn't give you the right to deny FOIAs. I have the full freedom of the press. And anyone, regardless if you disagree with me on cosmology or whatever, trying to shut that down, trying to spam our website with talking about my family, talking about insulting me or threatening me and like freaking out, trying to shut this down, you're just objectively being a weirdo. Right? And you have to be super weird for it to be objective. Write that down. So anyway, we're going to get back into like them being fraudulent and kind of the reason for this, but think about how cool it is, the idea. So it's like a bunch of people in Audit NASA, in the work portal of Audit NASA right now, they're going to come up with different questions to ask this person, and smart questions like, well, if they're lying, what question could you ask them that they wouldn't know, that they wouldn't expect, right? But you're not like coming at them aggressively or accusing them of lying. It's just asking a question and seeing if their story answer adds up to the official stories, contradicts other astronauts, contradicts the official model and what you really would see. They don't know the answers to questions they would have to know, stuff like that. Now, I will tell you guys also, I asked, I told you, I went and talked to one astronaut, and then Justin Harvey talked to her after me, and that was in the Level documentary. I asked her, so do you guys train, do you put spacesuits on Earth, right? Do you have to train in a vacuum on Earth? And she said, yeah. I said, so you trained in a vacuum on Earth? And she said, yeah, you have to, you know, you don't want to just go to space. If something goes wrong, then you'll die or something like that. The other question I asked her, and maybe this was the first one I asked her, I think I said, I'm just wondering, so can you see stars in space? And I kept my questions pretty relaxed because Justin came in behind me, and if you've seen the documentary, you know what he asked. And she said, yeah, they look just like they do on the Earth, they just don't twinkle. So an astronaut looked me in my eyes and said that when I asked about stars in space. Now compare that to all the other ones. And I do have the footage of that. Sean Hibbler has it. Think about all the other answers that we got from that video we just played. It's like when you go to the top of the Rocky Mountains and it's really dark, times 1,000. Or it's like you don't see any when you're in between and then you see the ISS shows some. It's like, oh, they just don't twinkle. Which one is it? Dude, no, the stars would look way different. You would see way more stars. They'd be way brighter. You would have no atmospheric turbulence. They would absolutely look different than they do on the Earth. The astronaut looked me in the eyes, stopped signing the autograph, looked up at me like she was surprised I asked a question like that. And then she said, they look the same as they do on Earth. They just don't twinkle. Okay, they wouldn't look the same as they do on Earth. They don't look the same when I get away from light. They wouldn't look the same. You get out of the atmosphere. It's a ridiculous claim. They absolutely wouldn't look the same. But anyway, you see, my point is that's a powerful thing. So if people think they do have good questions, you should join Audit NASA. You can send me some suggestions. Obviously, some of this has to be kept covert. I'm doing this stream kind of telling you guys because I just want to like get people, back on the radar of knowing that we're going all in right now. And due to the sensitive nature of our mission and national security, we can't disclose factual information to the public. You should be our PR guy. All right. Now let's watch some videos of NASA and other space agencies clearly faking what they're showing us. And well, I guess we'll just see if people are going to like make up excuses for it, I guess. I don't know. All right, let's come over here. We got a good amount, in case you were wondering. We're not watching all these, obviously. All right. Let's check this out. Now, you know how they love to say, like, oh, do you think all the other space agencies are in on it? You know they love to say that. Run Boston, think you can send me that other video that you sent me? I'll try to find it, actually. Oh, okay, I got it. All right, check this out. There, people be like, you think all the space agencies are in on it? Like, wait, are you saying that you're willing to defend like the Chinese and the Japanese footage? Have you guys? They've never watched it, but they're defending it. Imagine saying like this footage is real, but you've never even looked at it. That's weird, right? So let's see what China's up to here, and watch people immediately start making excuses for it. And by the way, I want to come over here and make this point. Witsit has 33,000 subs, Illuminati confirmed. I like the number 33 sometimes. I'm not, whatever. 3s and 7s. I like 3s and 7s. But, this is what's so funny. This is what people do. They try to act like you're insane that you'd even question it because they're so, like, it's such, like, a vulnerable position for them. Like, they're so uneasy about it because it's obviously sketchy looking footage that they have to convince themselves by trying to put off this front that like it's so obviously not fake and we're just suffering from pareidolia and seeing things that aren't really there and it's so simple and easy to explain, but they're lying. When people do that, they're not being honest. That's for sure. I just want you to know that I know when you do that. You're not convincing me. You're not going to successfully gaslight me and make me internalize the belief that I'm insane or seeing things that aren't there. Like, no, you sound like a crazy person that's acting as an apologist or a defense attorney for a federal agency that's clearly giving us fake footage and lying to people, including children, and you're not even at all concerned with any of the fakery. You won't even look at it with an open mind skeptically. You just immediately start making stuff up. And then people that defend NASA, they expect us to take whatever nonsense they make up off the top of their head as if that's the official answer, as if they're an authority figure for NASA. But NASA doesn't make any of these crazy excuses you hear people make online. But anyway, this show is for people that aren't going to just like make stuff up and act like they know what they're talking about. It's just very obvious that we're about to watch a bunch of videos of them faking being in space. Okay. And again, if all donations that come in during this stream, they're going to go to that goal, and that goal is to do this mission, to get our work portal, and to make sure we're good on the website, even though I've paid for a lot of that already. All right, let's pop over here and check out what China's doing. That looks pretty good right there, bro. Wow. What is that? That looks legit, bro. That's a crazy looking Earth. They'll obviously just say, oh, it's just fisheye lens. Like, okay, whatever. This looks ridiculous. I mean, this is actually what they show people now. Oh, it's just a fisheye lens. Okay, well, why? Why? That looks so bad. Why can't you just put a camera that doesn't do that on it? You're going to spend all this money to supposedly put something in space. This is a Chinese space station, and you're going to show us video like this? Are you kidding me? Well, wait for it. Okay. Now, I'm going to actually let the chat see if they can figure out what's wrong with this video here. All right, we're going to play it, and you guys tell me if you see anything wrong with the video. All right, this part is, it's got, look, what happens to the background and where the sun supposedly is and how the shadows don't change in according to where the sun supposedly is, right? I mean, it's just a joke. That part of it is also fake. But let's watch this next part, if I can find it. All right, tell me if you see anything wrong. Where's it at? Here. Tell me if you see anything wrong here. See who in the audience can tell me if they see anything wrong. It's pear-shaped. Yeah, but it's not. That's not it. We just saw something way worse. Just look closely. It's supposedly in space. That's what's wrong here. Yeah, of course, but look closely. All right. Check it out. Shadows are kind of bad, yeah, but that's not it. Okay, let's just do it. You see the Earth back here behind, in the back of the screen, obviously, and you see the Earth is going away from us. It's spinning away from us, right? Okay. Well, how is the Earth over here spinning left to right at the same time? Yo, you gotta be kidding me. Bro, the Earth is spinning two different ways at the same time. Is someone gonna defend this? There's no way that there's like a human alive that's gonna defend this, right? I mean, this one is just so bad. Oh, it's fisheye lens. Look at it. It's spinning away from us, and it's spinning left to right in the bottom left corner. This is official footage from the Chinese space station. So, oh no, you didn't know? Just China's faking it. Well, wasn't your argument earlier you think all the governments, you think all the space agencies are faking it? You think they're all in on it? Who cares about NASA? We have multiple space agencies. Oh, now we're going to throw China under the bus. Just China's faking it. China objectively faked whatever that nonsense was. It's physically impossible for a globe to spin 2 different directions simultaneously. Surely I don't have to break that down for you. Gravitational refraction, yep. All right. Let's go on. Let's see what else we got here. That's just so, it's so bad. It's so bad. Let's watch it one more time. I think it's so funny, bro. Because I know someone's going to try to defend it, and they get through all kinds of coping. Oh, that's not really a video, or that's a flat earther faking it, or whatever they come up with. It's like, or they're faking the footage claiming that they're in space. Well, isn't that interesting? Because supposedly China and look at the shape of the Earth anyway. But the lens doesn't make it go in a different direction, obviously. All right, let's see what else we got here. So we saw them just clearly lying. All right, let's go through some bloopers here.
And coffee, back with another video, and in this video,
shout out to my boy Flat Earth and Coffee. Go show him some love. Flat Earth and Coffee.
We're going to add on 109 additional bloopers to my first edition of Space Bloopers, where I covered my.
Someone said a super chat turned off. Yeah, because I got demonetized. This is how you can donate at kofi.com/Witsit. It'll pop up in the YouTube chat. It'll pop up on the screen with your message. And we're trying to fund the Audit NASA mission. And so we have a goal going right now. I'm occasionally pulling it off the screen so it doesn't block the footage. But yeah, YouTube demonetized me because they said that my content is harmful content. I asked them what about it was harmful exactly. It's alternative cosmology. They didn't answer, and then they changed it to sensitive content. So I got demonetized because my views of alternative cosmology are harmful and sensitive. You tell me, man. You tell me.
All-time favorite bloopers from space. So without further ado, Gemini EVA. I don't know who the claymation actor is supposed to be, but keep an eye out for the visor, the helmet visor. And that looks like an office setting to me. Looks like you got some office lights, rows of office lights. It looks like an office.
It does look like an office building, like lights on a ceiling, with like a desk right here.
Setting to me. Looks like you got some office lights, rows of office lights. So if I'm moving too fast, feel free to rewind. For brevity's sake, we have quite a few to make it through. We're just going to keep on moving. This is also by way of the Gemini missions, Gemini 4. This is the first ever EVA. And watch the Earth change directions. Obviously not possible with the way.
So someone told me last time, if you remember, someone was in the chat saying, "Oh no, they pivoted the craft around." Remember that? Did they? Did they though?
If for sake, we have quite a few to make it through. We're just going to keep on moving. This is also by way of the Gemini missions, Gemini 4.
So we see the Earth moving that way.
EVA. And watch the Earth change directions.
Boom.
Obviously not possible with the way orbits would work.
Okay, so they moved the craft around while they're in space, and no, dude. The Earth just started spinning a different way, and we just saw that's something that you can mess up on. We watched China do it recently. This is impossible. That means NASA was faking space footage.
Gemini missions, Gemini 4. This is the first.
Hey, I got a question for the chat. We'll even make a poll. Let's start a poll. If NASA is faking footage of space, should they be held accountable? Okay, so You see, clearly the Earth started going a different direction, bro. It's because they're faking it. It's because they're faking it. Wow, super generous donation from Yates 2K to help with the goal, brother. Thank you so much, man. I'll shout everyone out in just a second, but I saw that pop up. That's crazy generous, bro. You're a legend. I'll shout you out and read it out in just a second, brother. Thank you so much, man. All right. Obviously, this is a classic. We kind of covered it last time. He grabs the wire, and this whole entire scene is just a joke. Like it's absolutely a joke. This is another classic.
Look at the belt area. You can see.
Oh, just someone just goes across the back with a harness on.
Flyby in the middle, and look at the belt area. You can see the black. I don't know what you'd call that. Just a part of the harness that the software should have automatically.
I mean, that's awful, bro. Which means they just do this all the time, and that means that they actually, in order for that to be a thing, that means they have to have some type of system up above in the ceiling that can actually move people around on a harness. Like so some apologist came up with an excuse, and they told me, oh, it was something to do with safety training or whatever. It's like, okay, so you admit they have harnesses on the ISS, and they actually have a system in the ceiling that can move the harnesses around. Interesting, isn't that? And I don't see that in the official schematics of NASA, though. Oh, this is where they moved the goalposts, and they changed their claim, and they say, oh, well, then it wasn't a harness. Someone tried to say it was a belt. Someone tried to say this was a belt, bro.
The flyby down, he clicked, and look at the belt area.
Oh, it's just his belt sticking out because it's a little big, is what someone said. No, his belt is white. That's black, and it's popping straight up. It's not a belt. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. That's a harness. The dude's hanging on the harness. Okay, thanks for playing. So they're faking space. Oh, no, there's no way. No, they would never fake space. They just have harnesses with astronauts on harnesses that are hanging from the ceiling with some type of system put into the ISS that actually moves the astronauts around while they're hanging on the harness, hanging from wires. But that's just because they're training. And then they forgot to tell us that they actually built like a pulley system in the ceiling to move people around on harnesses. What a joke. That's right. That's why audit NASA is important. And I want NASA to tell me, why do you guys have harnesses and astronauts on wires on the ISS? I want to hear their official explanation. Like, what is it? We're just doing training. We got to keep them in the screen, in the scene, whatever it is. I know certain people are so desperate because this lie is so big, it makes people uncomfortable that they'll eat it up. But we want them to answer for it. And let me come back over here. Make sure everyone understands. We want NASA to answer the questions. We want them to be held accountable. That's what Audit NASA is about. Transparency and accountability. We want NASA to be held accountable. Not random people on the internet, half of which are anonymous, just making up whatever they can think of, making up excuses for them and having no real authority, no evidence, not backing anything up, like saying claims that are contradictory to the official story of NASA. Like there were some people in Discord a couple weeks ago that were trying to be apologists for why we haven't gone back to the moon. They said, there's no real reason to go back to the moon. What's the motivation? It's like, well, NASA specifically said there was tons of motivation, have claimed that they wanted to go back to the moon for like 4 decades. So you're over here defending NASA, claiming they didn't really want to go back. NASA's official story is that they did want to go back. Oh, they don't have the funding. They got $93 billion for Artemis alone. And if you account for inflation, they have a lot with the Apollo program, but that's over like 13 years. And then we are supposedly doing way more with Artemis, which proves with $93 billion, you can do way more than they could do with more money back then because technology has improved. And therefore, the price of things has gone down significantly. So money's not a good answer. They get tons of money, right? And you got people saying that they're criminally underfunded. It's like, no, they're faking space and lying to people. That's what they're doing. My point is that they'll make up stories that aren't the official narrative. And who cares about those people? I want NASA to answer the questions. They have to answer the questions. They work for us. That's right. They work for me. They work for you. They work for us. We have the First Amendment, the right to know what they're doing, and the right to cover it with complete immunity. And anyone that's going around trying to stop it, you should rethink your life, bro. I mean, that is just... You're really lame, let's be real. All right, moving on.
And he's clearly maneuvering his arms around something.
What is he doing, bro?
And
What's he
he's
moving his
clearly
arm
maneuvering
around?
his arms around something.
And they'll say, oh, you guys are just making stuff up. He's just moving his hands. Like, no, he's clearly got his hand hooked on something and moves it around. So you can just deny it if you want to.
To blooper number 6.
If you can find any little out and you cling to it, like you're suffering from cognitive dissonance and Stockholm Syndrome.
We have Don Pettit and Dan Burbank. Check out Dan Burbank, failed to do a backflip. I don't know what happened there. He kind of got stuck. He went for it and had to try again.
Now, this is actually physically impossible if you're in 0G to start to do a backflip and then get caught like that. That's not possible physically in terms of physics and weight distribution. That's not physical.
I don't know what happened.
You can't do that. You can't be on your tippy toes floating in 0G and then lean back and then just stop.
And Dan Burbank. Check out Dan Burbank, failed to do a backflip. I don't know what happened there.
That is physically impossible.
Kind of got stuck. He went for it and had to try again. Moving on to looper number 7. One of my favorites, Tim Peake. And I don't know
It's
if
a classic.
His wire malfunctioned.
Enlighten me how that works, bro. And what's funny is when I was in my debate, I said pocket of gravity, and like everyone's like, they don't say that. And apparently when he says a pocket of gravity, he's joking. Apparently that's not the official answer. And this is more of a reason why we need audit NASA. I don't need you making stuff up as to why something happened. I don't need people that have a track record of being dishonest and having bad faith and lying about everything and gaslighting you to answer for NASA. We could care less what you're talking about, bro. The general public has never seen this stuff. We have a right to hear NASA defend themselves and give us official answers, and they have to do that. And yeah, and I'm going to pop up in some city council meetings and let them know what the law is. That's how it works. And I can't believe we let them get away with it for this long. Anyway, there's no such thing as pockets of gravity. That's ridiculous, right? And apparently that's not even an official answer, which makes it even worse. That means you don't have an answer. Okay, so this guy clearly flips, and as he's turning around on his flip, he all of a sudden falls down because his harness malfunctions. That's not physically possible. You can tell that he's clearly embarrassed once he comes back around.
If he kept looping. One of my favorites, Tim Peake.
Okay, so let's just watch him. Okay, just doing a split. Oh, he just fell in 0G. He just free fell. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, yeah, it's called faking it. He's faking it. He's on a harness. Not even complicated. It's not a big deal, really. Like, okay, they're on harnesses. Don't make it weird. You know. Moving on.
We have Mark Vandehey, who constantly makes this mistake. Watch his leg and the arm on the left. He's like maneuvering something here. And his leg.
So his leg gets caught on something, right? And then he reaches back with his right hand and grabs something that's not there. Unless, of course, there are wires that are being removed from the screen. His foot gets caught on a wire, and then he tries to fix his harness by grabbing the wire with his right hand. Watch his left leg here. Gets caught on something. And he pulls back, and then his leg pulls back up. As soon as he pulls with his right hand, his leg pulls back up. Exposing deception is important. Thank you, and keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Dunn. LJ overlaid you, Dakota Dunn. Thank you so much for the generous donation. I'm going to read them all off in a second. If you watch carefully, his left leg gets caught on something. Then he reaches back with his right hand, pulls, and after he pulls, then his left leg gets released, and it goes up right as he pulls, and then he's able to bring it back through. So watch closely. Left leg gets caught, he reaches back, pulls up, leg goes up, and then it's free. Okay, he's on a harness. It's not. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He is on a harness. It's not super complicated. This is not aerospace engineering, as people would say, which is. I found they don't even know the physical implications of that. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh, he got caught again. This guy is terrible at doing this trick. And look, look at his face. He's like, oh, I messed up. This guy's done it more than once.
Same mistake in future flips. Again, Mark Van de Hey, same mistake. You see him reach for the, like, kind of the wire over there.
Bro, how is it? Dude, you have to just blatantly lie to yourself at this point. Did you just see that, bro? Did you just see that? Bro. Bro. Maybe we'll go over here to this screen here so it's bigger. And then we'll pop up YouTube. Did you guys see that? Am I tripping? So it's so corny too, bro. Like, he tries to play it off. So he gets caught again. And think about it. You're in wires. You're doing, like, there are all these wires all around the place. I think they may film each other independently. And then they overlay it. I mean, that would be easier, right? But either way. All right. That looks pretty good. So watch him get caught. Why do I have a new subscriber sound effect on? All right, watch this.
And his same leg gets hung up, so he's obviously reach for the, like, flips.
What is he doing?
Mark Van de Hey, same mistake. You see him reach for the, like, kind of the wire over there, and his same leg gets hung up.
Yeah, let me switch to headphones so we don't get an echo. System. All right, this should be way better.
So you see him reach for the, like, flips. Again, Mark Van de Hey, same mistake. You see
that as his leg gets caught, he flips over with his right hand and pulls it. And then his leg moves and he gets free. Then he starts reaching up. What is this guy reaching in the air for? Then this guy looks straight up. What's he looking at? Where the harnesses are connected to wires. He looks up to try to get it all fixed. And he starts to reach up and he's like, oh, I got to play this off. And then he does some weird, awkward pose.
And this is common. You'll see him make the same mistake in future flips. Again, Mark Van de Hey, same mistake. You see him reach for the, like, kind of the wire over there, and then same leg gets hung up. So he's obviously not very good at this.
Oh man, let me go full
I
screen.
don't know these actors' names, but this guy, kind of same mistake. Leg on the right gets hung up.
Now look, at this point, you have to cope so hard that you're saying that all these astronauts do flips in 0G and coincidentally they get their left leg caught as if snatched in a wire in 0G. Then they have to pull their hand back and fix it. And as they grab something that's not there with their hand, they're able to free up their leg. But all this is actually just a coincidence. It's all happening in 0G and the astronauts are all making the same physically impossible maneuver and mistake while they do a flip in 0G, which an infant could do, and it would be effortless. And then coincidentally, their teammate here always starts reaching up in the sky right after they make this physically impossible maneuver. They're getting caught on a wire. It's pretty simple, right?
Leg on the right gets hung up.
So look, he realizes he gets caught up, and then he looks up in the sky. We covered this one last time.
But this guy, kind of same mistake. Leg on the right gets
he reaches up to try to fix it.
Up.
Oh, he never even gets it fixed. Look, this guy never even gets it fixed. He just keeps his leg backwards.
I don't know these actors' names.
And watch their face. This is for truth seekers, obviously. Like, watch his face when he gets caught.
But this guy, kind of same mistake. Leg on the right gets hung up.
Yeah. Oopsie. And then they always, look, he's going to reach. He's going to notice he got caught, and then he's going to reach up for him. Let's watch him reach up. See, look, what's he up here looking for and grabbing? You tell me, bro.
And this is Steven Swanson on the right, and look at, he goes to grab the mic, and something's in the way. Why would you have to reroute your hand like that?
Wow, dude. You see, so there's nothing there. He's in 0G. He's floating. He goes to move his hand. He's like, oh, I got to move my hand around this invisible obstacle. Totally makes sense.
Why would you have to reroute your hand like that? Something's in the way. This is Steven Swanson on the right, and look at, he goes to grab the mic, and something's in the way. Why would you have to reroute your hand like that, if not a wire?
What a joke.
And we're on to bubbles in space.
Now, let me actually use this opportunity to shout out my boy. Of course. We'll use pre-search. Now, most of you guys have probably seen this, but I don't even know where it's at. If anyone's got if any of the mods has the link, just pop it in the chat if you don't mind. I'll play it. You know, my boy confronts an astronaut about this, but let's keep watching them. Now, they've made up all kinds of excuses. This, again, what they have now done, bro, right? Someone said, am I your boy too? I think you're the one that always trolls me and says that the audio's not working, but sure. So what they've now done with the bubbles thing is like, oh, it's paint chips or whatever. And I'm about to show you a video I recorded from the launch last night that they claim they did, the SpaceX launch. It's impossible. The stuff they're showing us can't be where they are. It's in water, bro. They're in water. I sent PayPal so no one else gets any. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you, Harmon. I will. I'll definitely check it out. I'll check the PayPal in a moment as well. Wow, thinking about it, who are those people? Dude, do you know that pretty much every astronaut that goes to space is military experience, and almost all of them are Masons? And that's just the ones that are public, bro. What a coincidence. These aren't just random people. They're military personnel. All right, let's check it out.
And blooper number 13. Did you catch it?
See the bubble? They're in water, bro. Bubble. What's with the bubble? Oh, they're in a vacuum, though.
Blooper number 14. And watch the visor of the guy right here. If you ask Scott Kelly, these are flecks of paint.
Oh, yeah, that's totally a fleck. That's a speck of paint there.
The guy right here. If you ask Scott Kelly, these are flecks of paint.
They're in water, guys. I mean,
so not sure if
again, in case you don't know, right?
Coming up next on Jonathan Bird's Blue World, Jonathan goes to inner space at NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab, where astronauts are trained.
Hi, I'm because they're going to let us dive in the NBL today with the astronauts.
Okay, so full-size replica ISS. I can't watch that. It's like crazy cringe.
You caught the fleck of paint moving up the visor. Feel free to rewind if you need to. Here we go, some more paint.
Look at the bubbles, man. They're blatantly bubbles.
Blooper number 16. More paint.
I mean, this was so crazy. I've realized this conversation that I cover on this topic, on this channel a lot, I realized that this made me realize more than ever that two people can look at the same thing and have grossly different interpretations, kind of like my most recent debate, right? Like that dude didn't know anything, was wrong about everything, said Occam's razor's not a thing, just said nuh-uh to many things that were the official claims in his model, claimed that I didn't have papers, I was making them up, was just ducking, was just not even trying, was claiming that very simple words were word salad, just did awful, absolutely got destroyed. People claim that I got destroyed, right? And watching the same thing. People will watch this and they'll convince themselves that we're crazy for thinking that those are bubbles. No, they are just clearly bubbles. But it should have become clear to you that this is possible when a group of people believed that the air was going to kill them, when the air is what keeps you alive. And a group of people are still in denial of that. And we can't even talk about it. That's how you know that we're on the wrong side of things, right? Still in denial of it, to the point where someone's debating me and has a heart attack live. Because, you know, defending space is hard, man. Defending space is hard. Space is hard, man. You know? But anyway, you get what I'm saying. Like, it's crazy. I encourage you, man, like, step back, remove all bias, either way, and just look at it. Just look at this. It's very clearly they're in a pool. And there are bubbles, right? Let's be real. You should be pissed off that they're doing this in a pool and lying to the world and claiming that they're in a vacuum of space, including children.
Number 17. And you see them pan away really quickly. They caught that. They saw it, and they try to pan away as to hide it. This has got several in it. You just got to look around. You'll see several of them are highlighted. Not all of them. There's more.
Oh, yeah. Once the really visible bubble comes right up here, they pan away. Oh, we gotta go. Gotta go. Oh, you know, they're just changing vectors and wiggling around in space, bro. Just like bubbles do.
And number 19.
That is a bubble, bro. That's not a vacuum.
21. Rewind, you missed it.
What is this, bro? You guys want me to tell you what it is? It's a model. It's something in a pool. And they make a black background. They remove the background. And we've seen right beside their pool, they have green screens. We covered that in the first episode.
21. Just see it right there. Feel free to rewind if you missed it. 21. And again, feel free to rewind.
And that could just be a model and some type of dust floating around. It's just not space, man. That's what it's not. They use like little bitty replica models. Jaren's actually found the company that makes them. You can't tell a difference. They're perfect. They look exactly like they would.
Right there.
Someone said grow the F up. Bro, I don't know what you're saying. If you're talking to me, man, I feel sorry that you're coping so hard that you're trying to convince yourself this stuff is legit. It's called Stockholm Syndrome, but I still love you, brother.
23. Pretty obvious on that one.
Okay, so there are plenty of bubbles.
Blooper. Clearly filming in a neutral buoyancy lab. Blooper number 25.
Look at that.
And the ISS is always leaking something. There's always some ruptured, tank. Number 26.
Can someone replicate this for me? Can someone give me a vacuum chamber and hit something with paint on it and make the paint just float around like that, if you don't mind? Maybe you could do that. Here, we'll even go in 0G, and then we'll have a vacuum chamber in the 0G plane, and then we'll do it that way. These are bubbles. Not you, bro. No, it's all good. Bubbles.
This astronaut's name.
All right, let's see what else we got here. Did you guys know they have insects in space on the ISS?
Insects in space. And not sure this astronaut's name, but just watch the flyby. Yeah, if you weren't aware, they have a very bad moth problem on the ISS, an infestation, and they can fly in zero gravity.
He sees it.
It's fine. They're not affected. They're not slowed down in any way. Here we have Paulo Nespoli. And it was up in the upper right corner. Not sure if you caught that.
Think about it. I mean, when you lie, you're up against the wall. You can't do anything about it. Like, you can't catch everything.
All right, moving on. Number 29. Mark Vandehey again. Goes right across here.
Watch, he sees it. Watch. Falls, and he notices it, looks down at it, and he's like,
Mark sees it, but ignores it. Tries to play it off like it's not there. Maybe figures they'll do something with it in editing.
Yo, he's like, dang, this guy has terrible luck. He does not like his job. He can't say anything though, you know. Can't say anything in the military.
30. Clearly an insect flying around, changing trajectories.
And watch, this is my favorite one. Well, I think we might have covered this one. Watch this guy.
This guy gets just attacked by a moth.
Watch, he literally reacts to the bug. Watch. He's trying to act like it's not there because it's not supposed to be there. Look at him. So I want NASA's official explanation. Is that a bug in space? That's what I want to know. Is that a bug in space? Are there bugs on the ISS? I want to answer that question. Are there bugs on the ISS? That's what I want to know. I don't want to hear someone make up what they think. I want to know what NASA says. Julian, thank you so much for the very generous donation. Thank you for being a gangster for the truth, and of course for Hey, thank you so much. Very generous donation to the Audit NASA Mission Fund, man. Thank you so much. I love you guys, and I'm going to read everyone off. Trust me. Very generous. Yo, it's a bug in space, bro. Yeah, it's the bug in space, bro.
This clip brought many bloopers. You're going to see an insect in the background right here, which I'll zoom in and you'll see it. Fly by the light.
See right there?
So that's number 32 from the same video. It's another flyby in the background. So that brings us to number 33. And again, zoomed in.
There it is.
Clearly see it go by. This is on to number 34 now. Again, in the background.
They do stuff. They do that stuff on purpose to mess with you, to waste your time. I just want the world to wake up to the fact that we're being deceived. Think about the magnitude of this lie. Claiming that they're in space, that's a major lie, bro. It's a lie. It deserves to be exposed. It's very important. Imagine if the world came together understanding that the governments have been lying to us about claiming to go to space. And they are. And we're going to make a documentary that completely exposes them. High quality, incredibly produced, exclusive interviews, and basically like Veritas does, but also just taking you through the history of space exploration. And so we really have to put a team together, start getting the journalism done, true investigative journalism, real First Amendment, activities, and put together a super good team that makes I'm not putting anything out unless it's like incredible quality, hour and a half, let's say 90 minutes, just like incredible quality, that wake people up, and we get it to go viral. That's one of the things Audit NASA is like their first goal, most important goal right there. Because the world's got to see this. No one's seen this, and now you try to look it up, it's just censored. Like, you're on the wrong side of history if you're on the side that's like censoring us trying to expose the lies. I'm just saying.
Another instance, flyby number 3.
Something's in there, man. You saw it? Flies right by the light.
And moving on to flyby number 4.
There it goes.
And it was right in this area right here.
Yeah,
what was impressive about that is
all right, moving on.
And what was impressive about that is they were actually doing...
And look, you can try to gaslight me like, ha, 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 look how stupid. Okay, just answer are there bugs in space, bro? Are there bugs on the ice? I just want to know. Okay, I don't want to hear someone make excuses for us. I just want to know.
Cable management.
Oh, wait, NASA has addressed... What does it say? NASA has addressed bugs and moss on the ISS. Have they really? What? If I look it up right now while I find it. Bugs and moss. So why do the bugs fly like they do on Earth when if it's 0G then? And that's not what this is talking about. It's talking about like... So okay, they claim that there are bugs based. Well, it was a setup question. Yo, it was a setup question. Thanks for telling me that, dude. It was a setup question because the bugs can't fly normal in 0G. Are you kidding me? What? It's 0G, bro. They just fly like normal. Just go every which way super fast and. The bugs I've seen on the ISS shouldn't be able to fly. That's what I'm saying. Why are they able to fly like normal? But I did see an article that says unwelcome insects in space. I guess let's see what this is. Let's see what this is.
Docking completed. Docking is completed, Houston. Well done, Tom. It was a good show. They are looking forward now to taking care with you in both of you. When we opened hatch in space, we were opening back on the Earth a era in the history of man.
It says a mosquito got in there from Florida. Whatever. All right, let's get back to it.
Okay, for the first time, right? That's absolutely amazing. I can't go backwards here. What's going on? Yeah, I thought I got a kick out of that. This guy's actually doing cable management. So moving on to number 36, we have Chris Hadfield.
Here's contaminated cleanup kit.
And you, of course, want to protect your eyes.
I want an answer as to how the bugs fly like that in space. If anyone that is already in audit NASA, will you guys take notes of some of the questions I'm coming up with? I'm just curious. We'll just call them. We'll talk to them, whatever. Like, hey, whenever you guys get bugs on the ISS, like first do bugs on the ISS, make them answer, right? And then, like when they're on the ISS, are they able to fly like normal? Like, wouldn't it be difficult for them to fly?
So you put on goggles.
And on to gravity fails. So this is an interesting one. This guy's working with this flag and he lets go of it and it starts falling, which is obviously...
What's the end game to all this exposing? Like, oh, I just said that. Like, the world's being lied to about people going to space, and it's the linchpin in a whole other bunch of lies, right? It's the prerequisite to understand there's a line in space, and they're lying to children. So the end game is to expose that they're lying so that the children aren't being brainwashed, that the world's not being brainwashed into thinking that people are actually going out into outer space, and therefore they're not going to blindly believe whatever story that NASA tells them about space because they're lying clearly, which means why would I believe what they said happened 100 million miles away when they're lying about what allegedly happens 255 miles away? They're lying. They can't be trusted. So the end game is to show the world that NASA's completely fraudulent, can't be trusted. Anything that they say, nothing that they say can be trusted. And I went to Kennedy Space Center and I watched these children get pulled up in a room, and they play this heroic, like climactic music, and it's literally a show called like Heroes, and they have the children just like in awe of the astronauts being heroes, and they want to be astronauts, and they believe all this pseudoscience and all these lies. They're lying to people, bro. So the end game is to expose it, and that would be a complete shift of consciousness. People are going to be much more receptive to conversations like alternative cosmology and where we live, and not blindly believing the government and holding them accountable when they see they're lying on such a massive scale with something that's supposed to be completely without political bias, supposed to be completely scientific oriented, it's supposed to be just on the up and up, no reason to lie, and they've been lying to us for over 5 decades. They should be exposed because it could be a major shift in consciousness, and it could make people be more receptive to the truth in many other ways. Imagine a world where overnight the whole world knows that NASA's been lying about going to space. That would be a huge deal. I mean, so that's my answer.
Well, this immediately catches his attention, right? Because he knows there's a mistake going on here. So.
And we watched the new Varda reentry video. It's not NASA's space organization. Maybe in a second, but you know, if NASA has to lie about going to space, then I guarantee you private companies are going to a vacuum of space. I mean, I hate to break it to you. I mean, if you want to get technically specific, is it possible that NASA could be faking all of it and a private company could really be going? Sure, it's technically possible, right? But doesn't add up to me, bro. Mindshock wants to get you on his podcast. Cool, I'm down. I'm cool. I think Mindshock's a legend. Let's keep going.
If they're in zero, and they tried to, fade away to another cut, right? But clearly, the flag is falling, and they're supposed to be floating, but the flag is falling, right? If you can't see that they're lying to you, and I don't know if they let these out intentionally. I think they do at this
point. Well, let's watch it then. Didn't I just address that we could watch it maybe in a second, bro? Please calm down in the chat, spamming the same thing.
Point, right? Because some of these are just too blatant. Here, Tim Peake thinks he's wrapping up. They say bye, and then when he thinks the transmission's over, he walks over in zero gravity and puts his prop mic on the wall. So he's supposed to be floating, and now he just walks over and, sticks his mic on the wall.
He just like walks over there and puts the mic down once he thinks the scene cut. What a joke, bro. It's the same guy just free fell in 0G.
So he's supposed to be floating, and now he just walks over and, sticks his mic on the wall. And now we move on to the water everywhere category, because water, it just doesn't matter that water gets sprayed all over the ISS. They actually...
everything must be completely waterproof on the ISS.
Wash the interior of the ISS from time to time, for those of you who didn't know that. Let's just count some of the bubbles that get away. Look at 1, that one got away. 2, that one got away. 3, that one got away. I'm assuming they got both of those.
Someone said that was a blatant lie. He didn't walk. Dude, his mannerism noticeably changes.
So he's supposed to be...
He's bouncing up and down, floating. Like, pay attention to what people are talking about. He's floating up. He's bouncing up and down. And let me cover this here. They claim that they have like these little bars on the bottom on the floor of the ISS, so they put their feet underneath it. So that's why they're constantly bobbing up and down. That's the official story. Because like they start getting lifted up, and then they get caught on the bar. So they go up and down, and they slide their feet under these little bars on the ISS, okay? So he's doing that, and then they cut the scene, and he clearly turns over. No longer is he going up and down, and he moves over. It doesn't float over. He moves over as if he was walking, and then sets the microphone down. That is... Oh, there's Velcro on the wall, and you just can't tell, or whatever. Like, you can cope however you want to, man. I don't care. He clearly changes his mannerisms after he thinks the scene is cut.
So he's supposed to be floating, and now he just walks over and,
Yeah, so like he does appear to be stuck on a harness. He doesn't just take like 10 steps or something, but to me it's noticeably different. Take it or leave it. Space water doesn't affect electronics. Yeah, you didn't know?
And now we move on to the water everywhere category, because water, it just doesn't matter that water gets sprayed all over the ISS. They actually...
This flat Earth will not bring peace. Well, we're actually talking about them faking space right now, and I would rather truth be revealed than to live a lie. So, whatever comes with truth being revealed, it is what it is. Maybe your life would be more peaceful if you stay with someone that you that didn't love you and was cheating on you because you didn't know, right?
Pressure wash the interior of the ISS from time to time, for those of you who didn't know that. Let's just count some of the bubbles.
Glover's getting triggered. Dude, people that believe in the space, they get so triggered when you watch this stuff. They actually can't watch it, to be honest. They can only watch it and pause it and freak out and skip it and change the subject and leave, and it should be pretty telling.
Look at 1, that one got away. 2, that one got away. 3, that one got away. I'm assuming they got both of those.
They just don't care about the water at all here. They're just going to do whatever, and they miss tons of little pieces of water. If you watch carefully, like the water, they miss them, and the water starts going all out into space. See, you missed a bunch of pieces there. Look at all these pieces going off into space. Going off into the ceiling. So it's like, obviously everything can get hit with water, even though they have laptops and stuff sitting out. It's totally normal. Just got more water. Just put water on your head. No big deal. This girl looks like she's hanging upside down. Her face super red. She's got a bunch of tension on the top of her head. And then it looks like they maybe hairsprayed the back end of it to curl it. She's just hanging upside down is what it looks like to me. Wow, thank you for such a generous donation, brother. 330 Adam. This donation is on behalf of Flurf Grift in the chat. Co-parter, dude. Much love, brother. This is on behalf of Flurf Grift in the chat. That's hilarious. Yo, thank you so much for the super generous donation to the Audit NASA Mission Fund, bro. I'll read them all off more specifically in a second, but thank you, bro. That's so funny. Thank you, man. That's crazy generous, bro. Trust me, guys. This is a good investment. We're about to expose them. If you're a Misfit, by the way, you're going to get to see it live. But I'll read them all off and give them all plenty of time in just a second. So shout out to everyone that's helping. Well, just squirting water out, you know, who cares? Oh, how could they do this? This proves that it's real. There's no way that you could do this if you weren't on space, except that you can literally use augmented reality or do it in a zero-G plane. That's two ways that you can provably do it. We have videos of people doing both of those things. You can absolutely fake this with augmented reality. You can absolutely fake this with a zero-G plane. So the point, though, is they don't seem to care. Everything must be waterproof because they're just throwing water all over the place. And it doesn't matter. It looks like augmented reality to me. It doesn't even look like it's overlaid on his hand very well. But it could be in a zero-G plane. I think augmented reality, personally. I think this clip is like 2-3 minutes long or at least or something like that, and that's a long zero-G plane. Unless they're really, I mean, they could make really slick cuts and stuff. There are moments that like they could be a different scene, you wouldn't really know. Like he changes right here. But I think that it's augmented reality. That's what it looks like to me anyway. Her face doesn't move as the bubble moves. Her reflection doesn't move proportionate to the bubble here. But again, you just got bubbles in space. Water flies everywhere. They don't care. We just got water everywhere. With the hairspray hair, I've never understood this. Have you guys ever seen hair in zero-G? It moves around. It's not super stiff like a board. Notice also that the women, they never really move very much when they're on the ISS if they have long hair. The women move way less because they don't want you to see their like Frankenstein hair.
Steven Swanson. I don't know if you caught it, the little, all the water go flipping right there. But play it back. He doesn't know what this is called. He's not sure if it's called the portable water dispensable or the potable water dispenser, right? So he has no idea. Apparently it's a portable unit. You just take it wherever you want, and it's dispensable. So here we have Chris Hadfield. We're on to number 40.
Look, someone says augmented reality. This dude's triggered. Let's use him as a good example of what to never be when you grow up, kids. Not kids, children. Kids are baby goats. Augmented reality, zero-G planes, virtual reality. This flurfer just throwing out words he saw in the video games he's playing. Those are literally what they're called. Vomit comets, zero-G planes, augmented reality, virtual reality. These are all official terms. It's exactly how you would either use virtual reality or augmented reality to overlay imagery to make it look like something's there that's not. I actually have a screenshot from NASA admitting that they use it. That's the funniest part, probably. So let's find that. I'm going to show you guys NASA admitting that they use this. But think about how bad you're coping when you say something like that. Like just using word, like obviously just a troll, not worth the time, but good opportunity for me to show you that NASA just now posted on X that they use augmented reality. It's like they're trolling you or something. All right, let me pull it up. NASA doesn't use augmented reality. You guys are just making stuff up. Are we though? All right, let's check it out. I think maybe we can go over here. So here's their official post. Can augmented reality help future astronauts? A Hera crew member uses AR to build a Mars rover while simulating trips to the Red Planet. Future Mars-bound astronauts will need tools like AR, which is augmented reality, just the word I made up, to work more autonomously due to communication delays with mission control. This is, of course, official NASA Johnson Space Center, millions of followers. I put this out today, and I'll show you the pictures a little closer. Augmented reality is just a word I made up, but NASA made a post today about how they literally use AR. So there's one of the pictures of the post. The astronaut actually using it to train to be to go to Mars. That's what they're posting a bunch on X right now, is how they're preparing to go to live on Mars. Then here it is again using AR. Now they have contact lenses that also do the same thing that these goggles would be doing. So of course they're not going to show you the contact lenses. Anyway, let's keep going.
So we have a big ball.
Who cares about that?
And you put it on your hand. And now I've got water floating around on my hand. And so I wash my hands up with that. And then grab a towel.
More Chris Hadfield.
Sorry, I was muted. Just water everywhere. I think it's weird.
My eyes full of tears.
Bro, this is the real question I have. I asked this in episode 1, bro. Like, crushing it, bro. The Globers are spiraling lately. Y'all watch for a fire clip. Bro, deleted. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Sphinx Bear. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the support, bro. I'm going to read everybody off, but thank you, man. Very, very generous. My question is, if you're on the ISS, how come everything you show us is just trying to convince us that you're on the ISS? Like, why are you doing all these weird little gimmicks and tricks, constantly just trying to convince us that you're up there and show us things that wouldn't be possible unless you're up there, allegedly? I mean, we catch you faking it anyway, but like, if you were really up there, you wouldn't care about constantly trying to do little gimmicks and games to convince people that you're up there. You wouldn't be in an interview saying, for those that don't think you're really up there, are you on a wire? Do a flip. Like, just doing all these little weird gimmicks. All they do on the ISS is try to convince us they're on the ISS, not experiments. And, you know, it's just totally weird to me. Like, that's a pattern recognition thing, obviously. Pattern recognition is not going to resonate for those who lack in pattern recognition and are currently suffering from a confirmation bias, right? Looking for any out they possibly can. Like, no, my girlfriend fell on top of him, I promise. It's like, all right, dude. Look how goofy this is, bro. This made me laugh so hard.
You can see it just forms a ball in my eye.
What is going on? This is the clown, such a clown show.
Keep crying. You just ended up with a bigger.
We have Sultan Al Nayadi.
Oh, bro. Oh, just throw water around some more. No big deal. We'll just throw water around. So we're going to get past the water section, but I think the water is interesting. You got wires and literally just laptops. You just have laptops. Look, they have screens, and this is just a regular laptop. And they just throw water all over the place, floating around, hitting everywhere, but they totally don't care. They're in space, but they totally... Or it's actually wild. Again, tell me, why do they do stuff like this? Bro, this is such a scientific organization, bro. Look at this. This is so funny. What is he doing, bro?
Again, more science, right? Because this is what they get paid to do up there.
So stupid, dude.
I don't know who this lady is. And here we have Kate, just flowing hair. If they move
out the spacecraft down inside.
All right, let's talk about this. This is interesting. So supposedly they're in 0G, right? So they got They got
space hair. Here we go. This is what hair should look like. Hair in a 0G environment.
Have you ever heard an official or any coherent explanation for that matter of how the ISS was launched and or assembled? I did recently get a video sent to me by Dave a couple days ago. It's like 13 minutes long. We may can watch that towards the end. I'm down to have a pretty long stream, but that supposedly shows how the ISS was assembled in space piece by piece. I haven't actually watched it, so I may watch it with you guys. But yeah, there's a video. It's not officially from NASA, but I think it's with official information and explanations from NASA. So yes, I did recently find the video. I'll try to find it. I'll drop it in the chat for you, and I will also maybe watch it with you guys later.
Just flowing hair. If they move the hair follows. And here we have Katie Coleman. And this is how hair reacts. It's not stuck out like the Bride of Frankenstein. Right? It doesn't stick straight out on the top in every direction. And here again, Katie Coleman, very natural looking hair. They're flying around, no problem. The hair's not sticking straight out like the Bride of Frankenstein. But now when they're in space, they have to do this, right? The hair is like a helmet.
In 2018,
it sticks out in every direction, and it turns with the head. It doesn't follow. You don't turn the head, and then the hair kind of, the movement's transferred all the way to the end of the hair. But here we are in parabolic flight. This lady's hair looks very...
This is how it would look if you're in 0G.
Normal, even though she's floating. But here we have Sunita Williams, and the hair is just stuck out in every direction. Not what we see on parabolic flights.
Kayla, it looks like you're not paying attention. If you're in 0G, like on a vomit comet, when you're in 0G in a plane, your hair flows every which way. It doesn't it doesn't go out in all directions and sit completely still and then all move in unison. That's not how it works without any quote unquote gravity. That's the actual point here, Kayla.
Look how it pops back. When she runs her hands through it, it just goes doink, it sticks right back up.
She might have hairspray in though, lol. Like, you think? You think so? By the way, you wouldn't have women with long hair on the ISS anyway. Imagine their hair falling out. You know how much women shed their hair? Imagine their hair just being everywhere floating through space. It would be insane, bro. They would have to cut their hair short to be in space, realistically.
Space. I don't think I'm not a gymnast, so in normal life, I don't think I could do this.
Not a gymnast, because it takes a gymnast to do that, right? Like, if you were on wires, you'd have to be a gymnast.
Wow, that is a good point. Like, if you're just in 0G, like, a 5-year-old could do it, but if you're on wires, it's not that easy. And she's saying, I'm not a gymnast.
In space, I don't think I'm not a gymnast, so in normal life, I don't think I could do this.
Not a gymnast, because it takes a gymnast to do that, right? Like, if you were on wires, you'd have to be a gymnast.
Dude, watch her left hand. They all reach for something to grab their balance at the wire.
It takes a gymnast to do that, right? Like,
watch her left hand. She's grabbing the wire, bro. And then once she gets her balance, she holds her hands up. What is she grabbing? You gotta be kidding me. Nothing. She's not grabbing anything. Okay. All right, bro.
There's a girl, one or two females in this, and you see their hair laying very naturally here. This is...
They never do a side flip? Yeah, of course. Earth First Space Later, thanks for your time and work, Austin. Truly, we fight for a new world. Thank you so much, man, for the $10 donation to the Audit NASA Fund. And the kind words, bro. Shout out to you. A longtime follower of the channel. Much love, brother.
What we'll agree to call a 0G environment. But look at this lady's hair. It's laying normally, and another look at this lady's hair, right? It doesn't.
That's how it would actually work in
every
space,
direction,
bro.
And it doesn't snap back when you run your hand through it. But every female on the ISS, their hair is stuck out in every direction, and it moves as a solid piece.
It is weird for sure. I do wonder if it was real sometimes, though. No, I think the only time that any of the footage is real 0G, quote unquote, is vomit comets. And I'll show you guys in just a second the Skylab, which is the predecessor to the ISS. And I think that was a giant, like, guppy. NASA has a plane called the Guppy. We'll look through all this in a second. But I think they put them in there, and they actually did, like, constantly go into free fall, and they would have them do all kinds of tricks. I think they finally were like, this is just not worth it. We can claim that we're doing way more stuff with harnesses, wires, augmented reality, stuff like that. So it was never real in the sense that they went into a vacuum and started free falling 255 miles away. Like if that was real, why would you have to constantly fake it, right?
I like this lady.
So notice that she's barely moving. And look at her hair. It doesn't even move, bro. If you're in 0G, your hair's just waving around. This is just a fact. If she was in like a parabolic flight, which would be simulating 0G, then her hair would be moving around. It's like called microgravity or whatever. It wouldn't just be stuck out in all directions, not moving at all. And notice, again, the women like barely ever move because their hair.
And see, everyone else is moving around. She tries not to move at all because it shows how much the hair, how hard it is, right?
That video is an animation, not real footage of it supposedly coming together. Yeah, I'm not claiming I've ever seen supposedly real footage of the ISS. I've just never even heard the official explanation until someone sent me that video. So, of course, there's not. I don't guess there's any footage of it. That's a good point. Why is there not footage of them putting the ISS together? I don't know. We could FOIA request it. Again, everyone should definitely support Audit NASA, and you guys, for whatever like spare time you have, you should just be a part of the team. You have to get vetted though. You have to sign an NDA. I'm not playing around. Anyway, let's keep going.
Right, that's why they try to keep very still. The women do.
Is this a hoax? Are you really in space still?
That proved it right there. See it? It sticks straight up. That proves it. That proves it's that she's in space. Here we have some design fails. One of my favorites, Don Pettit.
So my question is, how can you...
We watched this last time, but it's such a golden clip. It's totally worth watching again. This may be like an honorary mention every week. I haven't decided if I'm doing a NASA fraud episode every week, but I may. We may have like Audit NASA marathons, and we're going to build up their channel. I'll start going live on the Audit NASA channel as well. But everyone needs to go sub to Audit NASA. Go to Audit NASA. I'll drop the link. If any of the mods can go to Audit NASA YouTube for me and then drop the link, everyone go sub to Audit NASA. I don't even know if we have 1,000 subs. We have to have 1,000 to stream. I know that.
A lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure.
It's called real good engineering. Corvette 90.
All right, on to miscellaneous fails. This is blooper number 62.
Someone said I applied and got nothing back. Okay, I'm gonna try to make sure you do. I mean, when you go to Audit NASA, by the way, let me come over here. When you go to the Audit NASA website, there's a pop-up window and it gives you how to apply, and it takes you straight to the fill out form. You have to fill out to go to the next page, and then you get to the NDA, you sign it, and then that'll get submitted. That's one of the expenses for Audit NASA, actually. That thing that offers those paper forms is like $50 a month, but I've been paying it this whole time. Anyway, that's one way to go ahead and get into there. If you contact us through there, like you're getting flooded out by a bunch of haters, but whatever, I'll find you. And then I'm just going to send you that anyway. I'm going to send you the paper form. You got to sign it. You got to sign the NDA with your real identity. And then we're going to talk to you because we're not letting fake people in, obviously. And by the way, it's against the law to fraudulently sign an NDA, to fake your name, to fake your identity, to fraudulently fill out an NDA is against the law. So just throwing that out there.
And this is a supposedly footage from 2012, a supermoon. And first off, the moon changes direction several times.
Someone said it's not on YouTube. It totally should be on YouTube. Wait a minute. No way, bro. Yeah, this is right there. You have to go to channel. We only have 800 subs. All right, which we haven't put anything up there really, let's be real, but I'm dropping it in the chat. And shout out to Run Boston Bear, thank you, man. All right. Look at this, bro. This is a great point he makes right here.
Watch it. But does that look real to you? And we're told that, we can't see stars in space because of whitewashing, but here we have, they can't make up their minds. We see stars in space. So this is passed off as real footage of the moon, which, if that looks real to you, there's nothing I can say.
So yeah, I thought we don't get stars in space because of exposure, you stupid flurfs. You don't even understand how photography works. Exposure, whitewashing, you stupid flurfs. Even though, of course, there are cameras now that can literally adjust from multiple exposure settings in the same shot. It's absolutely a joke, and that's existed for a long time at this point. But there are stars right here. Look, I see stars. And this is when you're really close to the Earth with a lot of Earth shine, as it would be called. So then you're going out into space, and we just watched the astronauts say that you should be able to see it. We'll watch it again in a second. I'm not trying to hear all the coping. Why don't we have stars in space? It's one of the number one things we're demanding from NASA. We want videos, 4K videos of stars in space, like uncut videos. We want to verify that you are where you say you are out in space based on the relative positioning of the stars. Live time, changing based on where you're going. That should be super easy request. Oh, whitewash, exposure. Like, why are you being a defense attorney for NASA, who's federally funded by the people, not giving you anywhere close to 2024 caliber evidence of their claims? Why would you be against us requesting better footage? Who wouldn't want to see? I guess I just don't understand this. Why would you not want to see 4K footage? If you go out in space, the coolest thing would be that you're swimming in a sea of stars with no atmosphere to bleed out the stars. There'd be a cajillion stars everywhere. You'd just be swimming in a sea of stars. They'd be beautiful. They would be bright. The video would be incredible. That would be the first thing you'd show people. If you really went out to outer space, the first thing you'd show people is video of how crazy it looks in space. Never got it, not even once in 50 years. Never. And it's been over 50 years since they claimed to go to space. Never once, bro. We know why, though. Because if you claim to go out in space and then show me a video of the stars, we're going to fact check it. We're going to be able to spot the stars, know which ones are which. And we're going to be like, okay, that was there at this time. You were here. It should have been there in the sky. And we're going to be able to fact check you. It's way too hard to fake stars.
Real to you. There's nothing I can say.
But there are stars right there, despite exposure.
And,
good try.
I'm just going to let Jaron run with this one.
Let me lay it out for you. You've got Tim Peake on the ISS, ready to do a live interview with this studio audience, and you've got this girl with a hoop and a ball, and she supposedly sent this experiment for Tim to do while on the ISS. Well, Tim did it on the ISS. He did it in front of a blue checkered screen and refused to do it live.
Now, Tim, you've also been doing some demonstrations for science students, and one of those science students is Emily. Now, you've got some kit there that you actually designed for Tim.
Let me address this guy. All government organizations are audited by the IRS and many others every year. This flurfer-led supposed audit is simply another flurfer grift, which will be laughed at. You're just proving my point that you guys are like miserable and mad and like on the wrong side of everything, including just holding the government accountable and demanding like validity for their claims and stuff, but verification. But it's about auditing their claims as a whole, not just their money, bro. And actually, when they audit it, the public audits don't tell you exactly how they facilitate the money anyway. They just tell you like a general breakdown of how they facilitate the money, and a lot of it is classified. They say for technological because of the purposes of being technologically advantageous, meaning that they get an advantage having certain technologies not open to the public, not having all the funding open to the public. But that's not what this is. It's just like a First Amendment audit. It's so funny because they act like we're stupid when they say stuff like this, but they're the ones that are really, really ignorant, like a gross level of ignorance. Don't you think that's funny? Let's take a moment to think about how that's pretty funny. Like they act like we're stupid about something that they're being incredibly ignorant about. Yikes, that's embarrassing. But anyway, just like a First Amendment audit is not about money or seeing how much money someone spends like the IRS is supposed to do, right? It's about seeing if government agencies protect your First Amendment. They're auditing you to see if you know the First Amendment. Auditing isn't just about money. So that's pretty ironic that you just don't know what you're talking about. I gotta admit, like, you're coping, brother man, but we still love you.
How difficult it is to demonstrate physics here on Earth. It's a track and a ball. Just shows what actually happens there. And gravity's really just pulling that ball back down. Now, Tim has actually done the same experiment. You weren't able to do it live, but you weren't able to do it live, but you weren't able to do it live, you weren't able to do it live, you weren't able to do it live. We don't seem to have a video, unfortunately, but the ball can... The ball does.
What does that mean? This is supposed to be live. Why is he saying you weren't able to do it live? Quote unquote, they audit themselves. Yeah, the Federal Reserve does. Someone says open information that Pentagon has failed their audits for a decade straight. Yeah, we're not even talking about the money, bro. We're talking about the claims, how they're lying.
Now, Tim has actually done the same experiment. You weren't able to do it live, but you weren't able to do it live, but you weren't able to do it live, you weren't able to do it live, you weren't able to do it live. We don't seem to have a video.
Dude just straight up said it. That's so funny. I mean, I thought this was live, bro. What do you mean he wasn't able to do it live?
You weren't able to do it live. You weren't able to do it live. We don't seem to have a video, unfortunately, but the ball does continue all the way around.
Someone said they get $50,000 a minute. Yeah, let's actually see how much they've gotten since inception. Think about how, see, when you pop, it pops right up. It says volunteer application form. Bow. Auditnasa.com. Anyway, this is the I made the code for this, the NASA funding tracker, and this is accounting for inflation up to current date, and we're at almost 2 trillion, bro. We're approaching 2 trillion. So that's what's up. Oh, they don't have enough money. We've given them $2 trillion. They don't have enough money, bro.
I'd rather Tim explain why he couldn't do it live. Is it that hard to bring out the little hoop and ball? Or is it because the blue checkered backdrop allows them to basically CGI that apparatus into his hand? And that's why he's standing so still.
Yeah, but again, it's one of the phenomena of microgravity. It's a wonderful environment to demonstrate some of those basic scientific principles.
That is true. It's such a wonderful environment to demonstrate some of those basic principles.
All right, moving on to transmission fails with blooper number 64.
Who's excited? First live 4K transmission from space ever. Let's get right to it. Johnson Space Center, can you do the audio check?
PC or PJCnet. There was an incident where school kids asked questions to the ISS crew live. They had to tell them the questions in advance. One lad got the answer played back for a different question. If you have like the link to that, you want to drop it in my Telegram, t.me/Miswits, or kind of type out the video name. Maybe the mod can find it. Drop the link for me in the YouTube. Then we'll check out what you're talking about. It doesn't ring a bell. So.
That was a 25-second delay I shortened.
Yes, we're ready for the event.
Okay, here we go.
It's like they just keep saying the stupid stuff, bro. Like, what is wrong? We're watching them fake space right now. Like, are you guys not aware? And I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding you, but whatever. The NASA Office of Inspector General contacted with the independent public accounting firm, Ernst & Young, LLP, to audit NASA's fiscal year 2022 financial statements. I just now stated that they claim to release some of the audits. When you look into it, it doesn't get into real specifics, and that this isn't about money. This is about auditing their claim. Audits are not strictly about money for like the 100th time. So when Fight the Tight Shirt and McLooney Tunes and all the hater anti-flat earthers run around the internet talking about how flat earthers are so stupid and NASA's already audited, they don't comprehend basic things or basic terms or basic definitions that they could go Google. Auditing is not just about money, just like First Amendment audits. I'm not going to say it again.
Hello, Commander Fisher and Commander Witsit.
And I get that you may have just been saying that randomly, but just like it's such a weird. People are trying to say that we shouldn't hold them accountable. We shouldn't come at them and make them like be transparent because they're already audited when it comes to money. It's like, bruh, please just fall back, bro. You're being weird.
Okay, here we go. Hello, Commander Fisher and Commander Witsit and Colonel Fisher. It is an honor for all of us and those online to join you and all of your colleagues at NASA in the first ever live 4K stream from space. What is the ISS position in orbit right now?
Well, we're just passing over Baja, California, and we're heading in an arc over North America. By the time we finish talking, we'll be over Central Africa.
Wow. Amazing.
Did you catch it? So Jack Fisher, now, I just want to make this clear.
Why does this dude make this weirdo face here?
Well, we're just
James, to saving the world. Hey, man, thank you so much for the donation, brother. Much love for $25.
California, and we're heading in an arc over North America.
Watch this dude's face.
When we finish talking, we'll be over Central Africa.
Wow.
Did you catch it? So Jack Fisher, now, I just want to make this clear for anyone who's watching didn't understand the problem there. What I sped up, where you see it goes
said Commander Witsit too. I think it's Whitson.
Every time between when he says something and Peggy replies, at least 11 to 20 seconds transpire. And I shorten those down to a few seconds. But when Peggy's responding, in the audience, they all go, woo. And Jack Fisher does it with them, right? He hears, like, it's not something you would do next to a lady who says something and there's no response. You don't know people are going to woo, woo, right? Well, he just joined in the crowd. So feel free to rewind if that didn't make sense to you. Maybe the second time around, it'll make
the timing's off. I get it, yeah.
Sense.
It's probably because they're faking it.
This is, I can't remember.
Yeah, I think this is one of my favorite shots ever, bro. This is so goofy to me. But check out what he says. Makes good points.
I think it was 2015, but
you guys should get some body language experts. I would like to do stuff like that for the documentary, right? I mean, I want to get expert analysis of videography and special effects, and I think body language experts would be cool too. And then I want to land like actual official interviews. Have the NASA officials and everything like give their take. Like, we'll just present both sides in the documentary.
Again, there's the link. This is a famous million miles away, the moon transiting the Earth. And there's a couple things wrong with this. Number one, if you zoom in, there's remnants of green screen, right? Like, why is this there? Why is there green here? Like, that should be a clear sign to you. Number two, we're told that the moon rotates.
Hey, can someone tell me why there's green outlining the moon? Supposedly a real picture. Bro, not only is this the dumbest looking thing I've ever seen and clearly not real, just on its face. Pun intended. Look at the green outline, bro. You gotta be kidding me. I think it's so crazy for so many of us. We see this and we're just like, bro, no way that someone faked that and claimed it was NASA. No way. That's the fakest thing I've ever seen. And there's a group of people that like start like putting all their energy into believing it's real, and that's what it really looks like out in what they really believe is space. It's so weird.
Goes around the Earth, right, with this Helios nonsensical model. But there's no sign of rotation. It looks like
that's just cosmic moss.
It's a two-dimensional object that slides across the screen. But the other problem is, we call it the dark side of the moon, not because it's dark, because we never see it, right? We only see 50% of the moon. But here, the whole Earth was lit up, right?
$W, shout out to you, brother. Thank you for the $10.
It was lit up by the sun.
Exactly. Why is the moon not lit up? It's dark side because it's dark for our vantage point, right? Is the Earth not lit up right here? Does that mean that the sunlight's not coming to the Earth right there? So is there supposedly a shadow right there on the moon? Right around the green screen? Where's the shadow from? Where's the light from? Why is this not bright? Isn't there no atmos? Isn't that just reflecting off of no atmos? By the way, Earthshine would be incredibly bright. Actually, it would be much more bright. I have a scientist breaking it down. Mark in Roses. Can't wait for the audits. Hey, thank you for the $25 tip. Shout out to you. There's a scientist that breaks down how Earthshine would actually be much brighter than Moonshine. But anyway, does anyone have an answer as to why this moon's not lit up? It's not bright at all. It's like dark. It's not called the dark side of the moon because it's literally just dark. It's because we don't see it. The light has to be coming from that direction to light up the Earth, though. So many stars. Yeah, I know, right? They're like, and there are people that are like, they're cool with it. They're like, whatever, I don't want to see stars. Like, you're coping, bro. How could you think this is real? I literally don't know. This is the worst one I think they've ever put out, and that's saying a lot. Maybe not the worst. I don't know. It's so bad.
And it
really looks fake, dude. They don't even claim it's CGI. Yeah, because it's CGI. They claim this is real. They do not claim this is CGI. NASA claims this is real pictures.
It's daylight here, so the moon should be lit up. The moon at night looks like this. Sometimes brighter. Sometimes it's even brighter than this. But this is what we get. Also,
look how focused the Earth is, and the moon is muddy and blurry. Yeah, exactly. Like, the moon's not near as focused. Supposedly has tons of craters and stuff, right? But, the Earth is super focused, but the moon's not. but the moon's in the foreground in front of the Earth and not lit up? You got to be kidding me. I mean, and there's green around it, bro, and there's a shadow, which means they're saying the light is coming from the opposite way, and it just looks ridiculous.
Yeah, for the dark side, for the back side of the moon, right? It should be well illuminated. Moving on to blooper number 66. Watch the guy coming in the middle. His eye, you can see through his face.
Exposure and a glitch in the color or image. What? What, bro? A glitch in the color or image? What does that mean? Now, this is just layered. Why is the moon not bright? Why is the moon not focused? Exposure? Okay, you're saying it's just focusing on in that situation, it wouldn't be able to get a clear shot of the Earth. But why is the moon not lit up? I can't believe people try to convince themselves this is real. I don't even care.
The moon rotates as it goes around the Earth, right? With this Helios.
I'm just gonna be real. I don't even care, bro. You got that. I mean, or it's layered, and you see the actual layering artifacts of like a green screen. The moon's not lit up because it's CGI. It's hard, and they don't even, they don't like to stake really specific supposed pictures of the other side of the moon, even though they do have like a supposed way it looks. But anyway,
nonsensical model, but there's no sign of rotation. It looks like just a two-dimensional object that slides across the screen. But the other problem is
that I have no idea. It's the excuse I came up with. Nah, it's all good. I just think this is one of the worst ones in NASA history. They should be ashamed.
% of the moon, but here the whole Earth was lit up, right? It was lit up by the sun. Right, illuminates. Watch the guy coming in the middle. His eye, you can see through his face.
He goes Terminator. We watched this one last time.
Moving on to blooper number 66. Watch the guy coming in the middle. His eye, you can see through his face. Is out. And this one, I could have broke into 6 or 7. His hand glitches out. His face glitches out. Arm glitches out. Her face glitches out.
Someone said, I don't even know why you would need Photoshop. I mean, I don't even know why you would need a green screen that was done with Photoshop 95. These people's faces are glitching out. It's just transmission errors. Just artifacts. Hey, and by the way, do you guys remember me doing this last time? It's like, or you get glitches when you have stuff like this. And so when you move around, sometimes the layers, you can tell that they're layered. Based on where you move, you'll see from where you move, you'll see glitches. No way. They could not be faking it. So if I put the ISS behind me, is it real, bro? If I have my buddy come here in a green suit and I have a green screen behind me and then he hands me a floating object because he's holding it and I'm like, whoa, and I hit it and then it starts spinning, does that make it real? Like that's why you're seeing this stuff, right? Because it's fake. They're faking it. Hey, I don't know what scene's gonna resonate with you. Hey, welcome to What's Behind Me. That is called a cartoon. That is not where you live. Not only do you not live there, but breaking news, no one has free falled around it in an orbit. That is fake news, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot go to space. This is Audit NASA.
All right. More
Night
Tim
nominal.
Peak. Some guy joins the screen. He glitches out. And Karen Nyberg, her hand glitches out.
Someone said there's no way you have a Mac. I don't have a Mac. I'm on a PC.
More Karen Nyberg. She's playing with this augmented reality, I don't know, paper mache thing. And it glitches out. And more Karen Nyberg playing with a water packet, and the water packet glitches out.
And they don't even, dude, this is like how they look at refraction. It's like they don't even think about the actual evidence at all. They just, oh, did you give me a word that's an excuse? Okay, let me just say it always without thinking. They don't even think. They do the same thing with artifacts or transmission errors. They just say the word. It's like, no, they're just faking it. This is just overlaid.
Glitches out, and the mic glitches out. All this glitches out.
I mean, there are millions of these, dude.
And here we have his hand glitches out again, as does the augmented reality bag of beans or whatever it is.
Someone said it was on the fake background before. Oh, it has like a MacBook or something. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I do actually have like a MacBook though. Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
For number 76 with Alexander Gerst again. And there he goes.
They show this to kids. I know, that's why I'm not gonna stop.
Like, see the green right here? That's because this is layering with green screen. Alexander Gerst again, watch his hand. Obviously you can't miss it, but he has 3 arms right now.
This is so
I don't know
stupid.
who this guy is, but
Wow. And you notice that it's always where they move. The transmission errors just selectively choose wherever they're moving. No, I just showed you guys why that happens though. Welcome to me teaching you how it works. Where you move, if you see the wire disappears, it's because I am, in fact, moving that wire. So since the movement changes the actual relationship to the background, it will mess up. Very similar to how if I moved an object around, or if I go over here, oh, it disappears. Things mess up based on where you move. This is basic virtual background 101. Yes, that's correct, ladies and gentlemen. If I move, you will see artifacts based on where I move. So if you overlaid objects... Hi, welcome to 12 o'clock audit NASA News. We would like to inform the people that are desperately clinging on to space that it is not, in fact, real. It is completely fabricated. They've been lying to you for over 5 decades now. Now, we're going to examine a bit of evidence, and what you're going to see if you pay attention and make sure that you're not suffering from cognitive dissonance or Stockholm Syndrome. You're going to realize that the objects that are typically supposed to be floating in space are the objects that always suffer from artifacts. It's always where the person moves, like my wire, that then glitches out. That is because they are overlaying layers, and based on the movement, the layers do not align properly, and you will see glitches. Transmissions and artifacts do not selectively choose what moves or what is layered in the front layers of the video. That concludes our message, and thank you, Audinessa.
and we have...
It's called
Thomas
chroma key or being
Pasquette.
keyed
Now,
out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Here's the thing, watch this, because take the size of that ball, like let's maybe say it's 1.5 to 2 feet across, easily 1.5, maybe 2 feet. But put out your arm and then imagine that ball, right? It's gonna come, it's only gonna be a foot away from your chest. The end of, I mean, think of it, look where he grabs the middle of the ball and look at the size.
How do I make my brain not go into weak words? That's a good question. Just remember, you gotta do 20 push-ups for each weak word.
That ball right now. And he rolls it toward himself, and watch how far it travels and how small it gets. It's as if it traveled 10 feet. Watch, he rolls it, and look at this. It keeps coming, keeps coming, keeps coming. Smaller, 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 smaller. How far did that thing travel, right? I mean, it's only arguably less than a foot.
Nah, bro, that's a space refraction. 31, 36.
Touch the ball, and in LBS of the ISS, his fingers don't touch the ball, and also these dots, these remnants here of augmented reality, right? This is in
what are these dots, bro? Are those transmission errors?
in the original video.
Do you think it's more likely to be green screen or augmented reality? I think it's like a combination of both. I think you could do both. Like if you're gonna do augmented reality, you'd still have a green screen behind you. And they probably have replica rooms as well. This is like a vicious combination of both. You know, I think that when things are floating, the easiest way to do it is augmented reality for sure. So I think they use it a lot. I think that they have green screens and then they have objects in the foreground that they're gonna try to make float with augmented reality.
And this is a great one because he's doing an interview in French, but it's being translated as well. And this is right on NASA.
Is LMFAO a weak acronym? Yes, but you can get away with 10 push-ups in the form of acronym.
This website, this is not this. You can go there and watch the original, which is where I pulled this from. And a caller calls in and asks him if he's on wires, and he laughs it off and then glitches out.
As far as, some people believe that you're not really in space, you're just tranquilly in some sort of a hidden space on Earth. How do we prove to people that you are 500 kilometers above me? How do Parisians fit to that? So you have a wire on your back? I beg your pardon? I didn't understand.
The most awkward thing I've ever seen. You hear the question? All right, I know I'm louder, so I won't talk for a second. Listen real carefully. You can turn it up and listen when he asks him. And look at this, so awkward.
Which is where I pulled this from. And a caller calls in and asks him if he's on wires, and he laughs it off and then glitches out.
As far as, some people believe that you're not really in space, you're just tranquilly in some sort of a hidden space on Earth. How do we prove to people that you are 500 kilometers above me? How do Parisians fit to that? So you have a wire on your back? I beg your pardon? I didn't understand.
Vous avez un fil dans le dos qui vous permet de flotter, non?
You have a wire or a cable on the back that helps you float.
And then he glitches out. And notice there's no delay now. Sometimes there's a delay. If you're singing with Bare Naked Ladies, there's no delay. If you're doing French interviews, there's no delay. Sometimes there's 11-second delays. Sometimes there's 20.
Someone says, can you find the wires? Can you find the wires in Interstellar or Gravity? You know, like it's difficult to find wires, very easy to remove them. Iru's actually got to talk to someone explaining it, I believe. Or he has a clip of someone explaining it, and it's pretty easy to remove wires. It's just funny that he straight up asked him, like, bro, I thought that we were crazy for even questioning it. Why do they feel the need to say, some people don't think you're up there? Like, because you're clearly not, and you're trying to convince us. And the only reason you show us any videos of you supposedly up there is you're constantly in the process of trying to convince us you're up there, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Second delays.
They don't do things just to try to prove it to flat earthers. They do things to just try to prove it to people that don't think they're in space all the time.
It just really depends. And this is, and just very obviously they're using augmented reality. There's no plush toy, then there's a plush toy, then she...
From my understanding, they supposedly admit that was there. Now that's just like a NASA apologist saying that. I've never read NASA saying that, but they may have. Like I said, this is why audit NASA, everyone should agree. Instead of you having to do mental gymnastics and come with all kinds of stories to make up excuses for all of this, why would you not want NASA to do it? Wouldn't you want NASA to do it? Would it shut down the stupid people that are skeptical, right? Like we should all be on the same team with that. Everyone should support audit NASA. If you don't, you're showing your cards that you're operating in bad faith, that you have a personal vendetta against the people that are questioning the narrative, that you're not actually in pursuit of truth. That's what audit NASA is designed to do, is just to get truth, regardless of which way it is. If they're really in space, I want to know. Space would be cool. Scott with 1T, thank you for the $10 tip, brother. But anyway, I think they admitted this. We covered this last time, though, so we'll skip it.
And moving on to Chris Hadfield. His whole body just vanishes momentarily. How does it know what's behind him?
Exactly. That's the question. So, it's always the people in the foreground that glitch out. It's always the objects in the foreground that transmission errors just, by the way, transmission errors, they have the entire picture. They have a bunch of pixels, and then sometimes they just lose data. They don't pick and choose based on objects or people or who's in the foreground. That's not how artifacts and transmission errors work. So that means every time you say that, you're objectively wrong. It isn't a viable excuse. It doesn't work like that. But even worse than that, how would it know what's behind him to fill it in and he just completely disappears? Well, it would know because it's just filming what's behind him, and he's a layer. He is a layer. He's layered on top of it. That's what this is. You can do that live, by the way. We've had that technology for a very long time in the public, commercially available sector. His whole body disappears, and then exactly what's behind him shows up. That can't be an artifact or transmission error.
Momentarily. How does it know what's behind him, right? How does it, now you can say it, how does it know that that's behind him, right? That's not artifacting. That's a green screen and layering is what that is.
Obviously, absolutely.
And more Chris Hadfield, the guy who's given us more gems than anyone on the ISS. He gets stabbed in the neck right here. And what's going on, if you ask me, these two may be side by side where they're filming, but many times they're all filmed separately. Chris is filmed right side up, and then he's just flipped upside down. And you can just, when you're layering with your program, you place this arm in front of Chris Hadfield. So the shadows don't even look right on these people. Nothing looks right. They just tell them the general direction to look in, and it's very confusing to the brain. And here we have Jessica Watkins on the right.
5 a.m. in the morning in the UK. Hello, Austin. Hey, have a good opening to your day. We're going to destroy NASA for you when you wake up.
I don't know who this guy is, but the cord goes invisible multiple times.
Unless you're just still up, I don't know. Glitch, he's Canadian. That's a valid point.
All right, on to blooper 88. Tim Peake puts his hand under the other hand, which is tightly holding an object.
Yeah, we covered this one last time.
And watch the look.
All right, watch this. This guy's going to bounce water in space back and forth between two paddles, and he's going to look the wrong way each time.
And more Scott Kelly. Watch his eyes.
And this is your answer. If you want to know how they do water in space, they use augmented reality, right? And this shows you because there's nothing actually in front of him. So there's a monitor in front of him. He can try to look at the monitor to know where the water is and keep up with it, but he has to try to make it look like he's looking at the water. So he can't just stare at the monitor. So it's like impossible to get it exactly right. He doesn't only not get it exactly right, he does awful. So watch where he's looking and where the water actually is. This is where people start making up excuses like, no, he's looking at the paddle that the water's going to hit next time or whatever. Like, no, he's pretending to follow the water back and forth, but he's off. Watch his eyes.
And more Scott Kelly. Watch his eyes and watch the look. It's down here now, and then sometimes the ball will be down here, and he'll be looking up there. Watch. He doesn't notice that. Watch. He looks up. That's because the ball's not there.
The bubble, yeah. Water.
Augmented reality messed up or what? But here we have actor Paulo.
Well, no. What happened was he's got a screen in front of him because when you do augmented reality, there's nothing actually there, but it'll show on the screen because they're layering it live. So you have to try to watch the screen to know where everything is. That's why the guy grabs a hat that's not there. That's why he's looking in the wrong directions, because they have to keep up with the monitor, but also maintain the illusion that they're actually looking at the objects that are being, overlaid via augmented reality. So,
slowly, and you can clearly see that his arm is going invisible. So this is an older video. We didn't have the resolution we had then, so the green screen was blurrier, less accurate. And we get this. We get background objects penetrating the arm.
Yeah, this dude has a super deformed arm.
Paulo
But
Nespoli
dude, he makes such a good point. Just like back in the day, it's an older video. Like the resolution wasn't as good in front of the green screen as it is now.
Video, but just there's his transparent to solid. Just thumb. All right, moving on. More Paulo Nespoli, and watch his thumb. Just cuts in and out.
Wow, look at that. Look at his thumb, bro.
You can see the A through his thumb. Sometimes you can't.
Witsit, please watch this. I'm not sure what you're talking about, brother.
All right, arm on the left, his right forearm.
Keep glitching out.
His arms.
That's what happens if you're in front of a green screen. That's literally exactly what happens. Happens to Dave Weiss all the time when he does his shows.
Moving on to number 96, Samantha Cristoforetti. Her hands just...
She glitches out.
When she releases the
Look at that.
microphone, the graphics change, right? Go back.
Which is how it works, because the graphics are changing as she lets go of the microphone. That's when it would glitch out. Transmission errors are not sentient beings that are conspiring to make it look like they're using a green screen. You're coping.
back and look at it if you need to, but it has one graphic, and then she releases her hand and the graphic changes. You can see it in this one as well. And you see the microphone jump over as well.
What's the name of this video, please? It is Space Bloopers 2nd Edition, 109 more bloopies, flat earth, and coffee. And go give him a sub.
So looking at number 99, watch her finger. It just pops up out of nowhere.
Yo, she's an AI drawn figure.
This guy's shirt just...
This guy has a terrible track record, bro. But this guy's clearly a military guy.
Blooper number 100.
Although we're about to go. I got a lot more stuff I want to show you guys.
This guy's shirt just goes invisible, not invisible, invisible, not invisible.
That's legit. That's ISS Space Wind.
Yeah.
Actually, their arguments are so bad. They're like, I didn't see anything. It's like, okay.
Appearing.
Yeah, we get it. Your girlfriend tripped and fell on him in the bed, bro. We get it.
And it's absolutely in the original. Go look it up. I went there and verified, found it. And that's what happens. You can do that right on YouTube. You can slow it down to whatever
It's supposedly
speed,
water, bro.
The slowest speed, and you can frame it.
It's not just like a bubble. It's supposedly water. That was just augmented reality. How do they fake the water in space? Augmented reality. We caught them doing it. That's probably how.
You can see it disappear. Here we have Don Pettit. And the coffee is just going to jump outside of this little famous invention. His masterpiece invention.
Yeah, his coffee came out of the bag. That's how it works in real life, bro. Duh.
I have a stunt cup right here.
Which brings us to this clip.
All right, this is a great point here, so please pay attention. I think this is very telling.
Stunt cup right here. Oh, a standard cup like this does not work in a weightless environment. It requires gravity to hold the fluid in the bottom of the cup, and it requires gravity to allow the fluid to flow out when you want to take a sip.
So a standard cup won't work in space, right? Which brings us to the Chinese Space Agency, and this is the some what they call taikonauts, and they have this jar of water sitting on a table, and the water is level with the table. Now, how does that happen? Because you had to take this water from somewhere, and then you had to place it on the table, and it would have had movement. And what would have made it sit flat? Why wouldn't it be at an angle? Why wouldn't it be...
And remember, you think all the space agencies are lying? Dude, stick your chest out, bro. Defend all of them. Don't back up now. Don't back down now. Of course, we already showed China showing us the Earth go two different ways at the same time.
And what would have made it sit flat? Why wouldn't it be at an angle? Why wouldn't it be, why is it level with the table? So it makes no sense. It would not be sitting there. So I personally believe this is augmented reality. And from that same...
Bro, that's just game, set, match, bro. Game, set, match.
And this is also from the Chinese Space Agency. They forgot to turn on the curve, right? China's Shenzhou 14.
And this just looks like high altitude balloon. They probably have a balloon 180,000 feet up. They can stay up for over 2 months, admittedly. And then, yeah, they probably impose curvature on it.
Astronauts complete their second spacewalk over a...
And by the way, it doesn't have to be that. It could just be CGI. It could just be a screen in a studio. But I'm just saying, like, it could just be high altitude footage on a screen in a studio.
Flat Earth. Let's moving on to SpaceX. And the entire...
I'm muted. I want to see the SpaceX fanboys defend this one, bro. Like, we briefly covered this last week, but watch this. This is ridiculous. First of all, just look at it right now. It's ridiculous. You think this is real? What happened to you that you think this is real? But just watch this. It's provably not real.
Entire Earth glitches out, both under the tires, through the tires. How does that happen? How can you explain this? And it's either layering or it's a car in front of a huge monitor. But either way, the screen in the background glitched out. And I didn't bother looking for the source of this. This is all over YouTube. I probably should have put it in there, but it's everywhere. And as if this wasn't bad enough, they had multiple angles going. And you caught it from this angle as well. Watch the supposed ball Earth glitch out.
Did you see that, bro?
Supposed ball Earth glitch out. So from both angles. And you can find this right on SpaceX's YouTube channel.
Wow, bro. And by the way, they say that they put the car in space as is, right? Exactly as is. That was the whole talking point. Obviously, how do you put a car with tires in space? But you notice something that is noticeably and distinctly different from a car as is. Supposedly, this car was just driven. It was just taken off the lot. It was just put into space. As is. That was the whole point. Well, they did make a change to it. They removed the rear view mirror. Why would they do that? How much does a rear view mirror weigh? You have a whole car in space. Why would you take the mirror off, but lie about it and claim you put it out there the way it is? Oh, because the rearview mirror would show what's behind you, and in studio films, that's called the fourth wall. You can only show the audience 3 walls. There's always the fourth wall, where the director is, where the camera is, where everything behind the shot is. There's no way to fake that because the camera's in the way. So they removed the rearview mirror so that they could remove the fourth wall because this is in a studio.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
It does look fake. I agree with you. Blue Origin. And watch the rocket, the CGI rocket. Did you see it?
Oh yeah, look
Feel free to rewind it.
Oh yeah, look at her go.
And watch the rocket, the CGI rocket. Did you see it?
Oh yeah, look
Feel free to rewind it. It just
Oh, we have transmission errors from the Earth's surface now. I mean, it's just CGI. It's noticeably fake.
Just glitched out. And that was 109. I think one of them messed up. I'm not sure what happened.
Okay. So shout out to my boy Flat Earth and Coffee once again. Go show him some love. And also, so they supposedly did a SpaceX launch last night. They supposedly sent astronauts up to the ISS. And I'm about to show you guys, we were watching some of it. And I screen recorded a few parts of it. And we're going to watch it. This is just randomly, first time I've watched one probably ever, really, you know? I don't even watch them because they're just so stupid. Let's get the 792 votes. Is NASA, if NASA is faking footage of space, should they be held accountable? 97% said yes. 3% said no. What living, breathing person would say no? If NASA is faking space footage, should they be held accountable? And 3% said no. Sorry, I gotta turn the air off. What is that, like 25 people? If it's 800, it'd be like 25. I'm about to freeze in here, bro. Let me turn the air off. All right. 25 people said no. Are you kidding me? Whatever. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's go to the videos. All right, let's look what all we recorded. So here's part of the launch. Why did it not update? Open. All right.
Oh.
Performance on the lone Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage. The crews.
Well, you know how you can tell?
It literally.
We were in Discord. So the only problem with this stuff is I can't rewind them once I upload them like this. So let's see what we recorded here. Oh, is it, watch the burner on the right. Oh, you see the thing flying on the left? Did you see it? So there, what is flying right here in the left? I'm rewinding it, you see? But look, what is that? They're supposedly flying up in space, going 7,200 kilometers an hour at 152 kilometers up. What is that as they're going up? And dude, that's super slow-mo, bro. It flies across the screen. Watch right here. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but watch on the left side of the screen. This is from last night, just randomly filming. Look, see how fast it is? What is that? And then you see me change the playback speed all the way to the slowest thing on YouTube. And we filmed it because they've been caught editing the live streams after the fact and then making it still look like it's live. That's how you know they're not lying. But if you look right here on the left, you're going to see something fly across the screen. What is that? All right, let's see what else we got here. And I'm bringing these up just to show, like, it's like literally if at any point in time you go watch them, something weird happens. So just look with me. I don't remember what all it is. These past few weeks have been epic for the true earthers. Let's keep talking to people about our realm. It's making a difference. Thank you so much, Run Boston, for the $25 tip, brother. And I totally agree. Maybe a UFO or a bug. LOL. Thank you so much, Run Boston. We'll read all the tips at the end, too. Don't think I'm missing anybody. And I'm going to give everyone full acknowledgement. But I think it just glitches out here on the left. It's going to just glitch out. Yeah, what is that? But I guess this is actually, turns out it's them cutting to about to go land. But if you look at the right, you see the right just changing. It's just cutting. So if you look at the right here, it's supposedly taping like the end of the booster or whatever, right? See, it just keeps changing like that. Oh, it's just another camera. So they just put a camera, two cameras just staring at the same place, but they can't put a camera in the front of the rocket to show us while it's going to space to see stars and stuff. Why have we been seeing the same exact boring, weirdo shot for how long now? 20 years? But look, it just cuts out. Watch, it's gonna cut on the right. Boom. What is that? It's supposed to be live footage of a rocket going to space, bro. Now they do really shoot the rockets up. We know that. I've watched them. All right, let's see what else we got here. All right, this one's funny. So, watch this. What is that? What's flying across? This is supposedly right where before it's about to separate in space. They're 200 kilometers in altitude, allegedly. They're in space, bro. What is this? What's flying across the screen? Watch. Boom. What is that? They're in space, bro. They're in a space vacuum. That must have just been a random occurrence, right? This is literally me just random. What is all that? Watch this. It changes directions. Watch the one that comes over here in the middle. It swoops back around and changes direction. You gotta admit, it's pretty crazy that I just we watch a launch for a little bit and then we catch like weird things that don't make sense. I mean, see how the stuff is looping back around? It'd be harder to fake this than just go to Mars, right? Yeah, that's a joke about how they said they couldn't have faked the moon landing. It would have been harder to fake it than to actually go. It's like, why are you pretending it's super easy to go when NASA says it's super hard and that's their excuse as to why they haven't been back? People just say the weirdest stuff, bro. All right, anyway, there's that. Now, I got some more stuff I want to show you guys. Space bugs. Yeah, man. Space bugs and vacuums. Zero-G in vacuums flying around, swooping around, no big deal. They got no air to flap their little wings with, but it's a space bug. Oh, it's just debris. What? Debris of what? Why is it moving the way it is if it's in a vacuum and you're 200 miles up? That's supposed to be a closed off little section, I thought. What is going on, bro? And then when it takes off, stuff goes everywhere, I think. I can't remember. Just all so weird. All right, let's see what other videos we got for you. I want to play this video again. Because we got more people here now, and we played at the beginning. And I want you to remember my story, right? Well, I asked the astronaut myself in person. I asked her, do you see stars in space? I'm like this close to her, bro. She's signing an autograph. All of a sudden, her pen stops. She looks up. Like she's shocked I'd say that. And I'm trying to be undercover as a NASA fan and stuff, you know. I'm not even trying to ask a hard question. I'm like, so do you see stars in space? Like, you know. She looks up and it's like she's thinking about the question. And I looked in her eyes. She is a liar. Obviously, that's anecdotal. Take it or leave it. It's what I think. It's what my intuition said. She was lying. She was definitely lying. She started thinking about what she's supposed to say back. There was hesitation. She was taken off guard. You would just keep signing and be like, oh, yeah, they're beautiful. Like, what? You've been to space. She stopped, looked up abruptly, looked at me for a second, and she says, yeah, they look... She said like it was super underwhelmed. She's like, yeah, they just look like they do on Earth, except they don't twinkle. So that's what the girl has supposedly been on spacewalks to the ISS said. I don't know. I think it's, to the ISS. Right? I know they did shuttles and all kinds of stuff, but she made the first female astronaut suit in space. I have her picture with her autograph over here somewhere. And I'm going to stack those things up, bro. Dude, we're not playing around, bro. So remember that answer. Remember that answer. They look just like they do on the Earth. So yes, you can see stars in space when you go to like a spacewalk. They look just like they do on the Earth. They just don't twinkle because there's no atmosphere. That was her answer. Then she just straight up lied, looked me in my eyes and lied, and claimed that she had gotten in a vacuum chamber on the Earth in a spacesuit. What a liar. And I even said, like, yeah, I don't know, I just saw, like, they tried it once and the guy's tongue started boiling and she just didn't say anything. She said something about, yeah, you definitely got to test him out or you could go up there and you could die. You know, you definitely don't want to go up there without testing it out. You could die. She said something like that. All right. Anyway, just remember that astronaut's answer. I asked her in person, face to face. And let's see how it stacks up with all the other astronauts' answers. Because if they're all going to the same place, their answers can't all be different. They can't all be telling the truth. They can't, you know, there's only one truth. And just think about, you know, this is for people that are trying to lie and be like, make up excuses for people. And think about what you're doing. You're making up excuses for military personnel that's sworn to secrecy that are lying to the world. They're given scripts on what they're supposed to see, what they're supposed to say. They're lying to the world. And just the mere possibility that they could be lying to the world and you're just making up excuses and lies to defend them, does that not make you feel gross? Anyway, let's watch it.
Whilst
in
from Mark
space,
Cameron. This is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah.
All
because
the
you
time.
can see. You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
I gotta point this out again. How insane it is. Okay, they've both been to space. They're just gonna ask a random question. The easiest question ever. The thing that would be the most memorable thing ever. Going up there, having no atmosphere to block the stars. Watch his reaction whenever they ask if he's seen stars in space. Don Pettit turns and looks at the other guy like he's looking to him to know what to say. He's waiting for him to let him know what the answer's supposed to be. As if they have a script. They're pretending they've been to space, and he's not exactly sure what the answer's supposed to be. He looks to him. They look at each other like they're deciding what they're supposed to say, and they're about to say. And think about all the pressure that would be on you because you know all the other astronauts have said different things, and all there's official stories, and you know you can't say the wrong thing. This is not how someone reacts if they've just actually been to space. Watch how he's clearly not sure what to say. And he looks over at the other guy, and they're like looking at each other, trying to decide what to say. And then whenever he realizes the guy says an answer, he has to play it off and start acting like, oh, yeah, yeah. And he's such a bad actor. Don Pettit's so slow that it's so obvious. So just look at it and think about what I'm saying to you if you're still like in denial. It's so obvious.
Whilst
from
in
Mark
space,
Cameron. This is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. So because you can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Bro, I gotta bring it back. I don't know why this was so obvious to me. Like, if you can't see this, bro, like stop drinking fluoride, bro. Like, I'm not even joking. He has no idea and looks at him, and then as soon as he answers, he's like, yeah.
Whilst
from Mark Cameron. This is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
So because you can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
The Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one
I didn't
and
want
a
to
small one, right?
I feel like you're just being mocked.
You can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
Those are amazing. Right before
the lights
sunrise.
of the zodiac.
The lights of the
zodiac. Why do you say it like that, bro?
Zodiac.
He sounds so dumb. That's how you know he's smart.
Zodiacal lights.
But one thing to add to this, I think, which is kind of interesting about being able to look into the black void, is that we can't do that when the sun is out here on Earth. And it's not because the sun is so bright. It's because this atmosphere. Right? The light comes through the atmosphere and refracts.
So the reason we can't see the stars on the Earth is not because the sun is so bright. It's because of the atmosphere. But out in space, you don't have an atmosphere. Okay, just remember what they all say. It's ridiculous.
Blue. It's scattered. We see blue.
Scatters.
So what we see is.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
Neil, Mr. Armstrong, I do realize that when you were on the moon, you had very little time for gazing upwards. But could you tell us something about what the sky actually looks like from the moon, the sun, the earth, the stars, if any, and so on?
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
Just to remind you, like, this is the girl who has like the most up-to-date script. I asked her in person like a year or two ago, and she says, not even two, not even a year ago, maybe. Yeah, it's under a year ago, and she says, this is the current script, I guess, that they're supposed to say. She says, yeah, they look just like they do on the Earth, except they don't twinkle.
The Earth is the only visible object other than the sun that can be seen, although there have been some reports of seeing planets. I myself did not see planets from the surface, but I suspect they might be visible.
You don't see stars in the daytime on Earth, not because they're not there, but because the atmosphere is aglow with scattered light from the sun. If you take away the atmosphere, the sun will still be there, but the sky goes dark. That's what the folks get when they go to the edge of the atmosphere, and they're calling that the edge of space. But when you get to the edge of the atmosphere is no longer between you and the rest of the universe, and the stars reveal themselves just as they would at night. Since the moon has no atmosphere, then a daytime picture, if you're there in the daytime of the moon, you see a full night sky of stars, even with the sun in the sky as well. But when you get to the edge of the atmosphere, the stars reveal themselves just as they would at night. If you're there in the daytime of the moon, you see a full night sky of stars, even with the sun in the sky as well.
The sky is a deep black.
Someone said it goes to show you how much they underestimate us. I learned in boxing the biggest mistake possible is underestimating your opponent. Also in the art of war, exactly. And this is why you should be fired up to expose these people. All these people, they're so arrogant and condescending, and they all gaslight me and make fun of me. They claim that I started out at NASA to be a grifter and all this stuff. And I spent tons of money out of my own pocket and have been keeping it afloat out of my own pocket this entire time for all the monthly expenses while it was on pause, because I just literally didn't have time. I couldn't do it. Right. And they're like hoping that you fell, and they're like laughing. You have no chance to figure out anything, or NASA's not going to take you seriously. They're going to ignore you, right? And like NASA's like a bunch like, what are the peasants going to like figure something out, right? But we are. Like, they're underestimating us, and it's going to backfire, just like you said. But anyway, let's keep going.
When viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
So you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you know, actually on my very first mission, we went up and when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth. But then when you look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
So you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars. Yeah. The cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
They're brighter, but they're different. A lot of things different about them. One, you don't have the atmospheric distortion, so they don't twinkle, right? So you see lots of points. And you see lots of points, and that literally millions of them.
See,
and,
so all of them, including the astronaut IS, they got that talking point down, right? Like, they don't twinkle because the reason they twinkle is because of the atmosphere, right? And like, yeah, I mean, I think there's pulsating orbs of light anyway, but
Colorado, and you get up on a clear night in Colorado, up in the mountains where there's no light, and you can see all these stars. Well, multiply that by 1,000. That's what it's like in space. And then when you're outside doing a spacewalk, and you have that one or two opportunities where you can let your eyes adjust, you can start to notice that some of the stars have colors we don't see here on the ground.
And we could not see stars.
The sky, of course, was black, but it had sort of a velvet sheen to it. The biggest visual surprise.
How is that dude not clearly just making up a story, bro?
Not see stars.
The sky, of course, was black, but it had sort of a velvet sheen to it. The biggest visual surprise was just how black the sky was. You have a brilliant sun, brighter than any sun you normally would see, even here in New Mexico. You have these extraordinarily high mountains. We were in a valley deeper than the Grand Canyon. But then you have this black sky, a sky blacker than black.
What does it say here? When you break up with the lover you leave, you don't prolong contact with their insanity. The love affair with this culture is over for those who have awakened. It's about waking other people up that don't know, bro. In your analogy, there are tons of people that are with someone that doesn't treat them right and lies to them and manipulates them and puts them down and toys with them or cheats on them or belittles them and has no empathy for them. And like you're like, oh, well, I got out of mine, so oh well. Like, nah, bro. Like, people are being lied to, including children. So you don't have to do it, but I'm going to do it.
As the old Vidicon expression used to be.
Just the inherent beauty of it, the velvet, bottomless bucket of the universe.
In like just hanging there in a vast sea of darkness, and the most frightening darkness that you could ever imagine.
I've often tried to explain a different.
Yeah, so body language expert would say you can tell he's lying. He has to look down. He's thinking in his mind, imagining making the story in his mind as he tells it because he's lying. Watch him when he looks down. He's thinking about his story that he's making up and painting.
In like just hanging there in a vast sea of darkness, and the most frightening darkness that you could ever imagine.
I've often tried to explain the difference between darkness, when you turn out the lights and it's dark in here.
What's have you been fired for your worldview? Specifically, I had a job offer revoked. I was told that they wanted to hire me, but I had to stop talking about flat Earth publicly. So I wasn't fired for it, no. But obviously, I had to turn down the best job offer I would have ever gotten because of that.
Blackness. Blackness is the endlessness of it all. It's hard to comprehend.
When you get up on a clear night in Colorado, up in the mountains where there's no light and you can see all these stars, well, multiply that by 1,000. That's what it's like in space.
And we could not see stars.
I was just a systems engineer on a well-functioning spacecraft coming home. And so, sure, I had work to do, but not nearly as pressing as before. And we were oriented such that we were rotating.
Someone says, Howie super chatting. You donated at kofi.com/Witsit because I'm demonetized, and I announced at the beginning of the stream that all donations this stream go to the Audit NASA mission to get the different gear, to get the annual passes and stuff like that. And I'm going this week to NASA, and the only, unless someone like specifies, I want this to go to you and not NASA, but it's kofi.com/Witsit.
To keep thermal balance on the spacecraft, and oriented in such a way that every 2 minutes, the Earth, the Moon, the Sun.
Would it matter what time of the year they go as far as where the light from the sun would be pointing? Well, it's hard to tell because they're all saying different things, bro. Like, one of them is saying that the reason the stars get drowned out and is because it's so bright, but not because the sun's so bright, but because of the atmosphere, which means that once you get out there, like Neil was saying, that it wouldn't matter. Even with the sun's not going to drown out the stars because there's no atmosphere. So it wouldn't matter at that point, right? It wouldn't matter at all. And of course, no, just in general, it wouldn't really matter.
And a 360-degree panorama of the heavens appeared in the cabin window. And that was awesome. It was an overwhelming experience. And we have to realize that in space, without the intervening atmosphere, the heavens are 10 times as bright, stars 10 times as numerous, because there's no...
Are you interested in any newspaper from Houston in 1969? I have so many I would love to pass on to you. They are awesome. Yeah, bro, I think that sounds awesome. If you mean like actual physical ones, that'd be incredible. I'll frame them. I have, I actually got on eBay a newspaper article from when they claimed they first landed on Mars, and it's hilarious. So yes, I would absolutely love them.
Atmosphere to block the light. And we have to realize that in space, without the intervening atmosphere, the heavens are 10 times as bright, stars 10 times as numerous, because there's no atmosphere to block the light.
Yeah. So you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
I don't remember seeing any.
Neil,
the sky is a deep black.
So you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
I don't remember seeing any.
It says $25 from someone. Thank you, someone. And we'll read them all off in a moment for sure.
Neil,
the sky is...
I'd love to volunteer my time to Audit NASA. I think we covered the point that they're lying. Go to auditnasa.com. There'll be a pop-up window, and you fill out the volunteer form. You got to fill in your information to verify your identity and sign an NDA, because we got a lot of haters trying to stop us from doing what we're going to do. But auditnasa.com, pop-up window, fill out the paperwork, and then we'll get you on the team, brother. We got a work portal and everything. It's super cool. Do you have a lot of merch set up yet? I do have the Misfits merch. I guess I haven't. Did I not ever publicly announce that? I did it for the summit people, but the Misfits get a discount. So if you're at the Misfits place, and again, check your Patreon, check your Ko-fi message if you're a monthly supporter anywhere, and check your emails. I think I'm getting a lot of them out. They're not all out yet, but check all your messages so you can get moved over to the specific portal we have. Transition your membership over there. And then you'll get all the exclusive coupons and stuff like that for the Misfits merch there. I make like nothing on that stuff, but I wanted to get pretty nice stuff that's embroidered. It is available. I guess I haven't publicly announced it yet. So, yeah, obviously just without the discount, it'll be normal price, and I'll make like $5, and then, I don't even know. I have no idea what the specifics are, but I'll give everyone the best discount I can where I don't make any money if you're a miswit, because I don't really care. It is what it is. All right. I put my P.O. box in the chat too, by the way. All right, let's see here. I'll start doing like a weekly stream where I open up P.O. box stuff. You feels me. So let me show you guys what that is. Because people do ask and I always forget. P.O. Box 48892. P.O. Box 48892. Tampa, Florida 33646. That's P.O. Box 48892. Tampa, Florida 33646. And we'll all open everything up together. $25 from BGs. Keep up the good work, Wits. There are many people rooting against you. However, there are just as many rooting alongside you. Stay blessed, brother. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the kind words and for the tips, brother. Much love. All right. $10 donation. Valthessa 1NT. If only for the kids, keep exposing these frauds. Thank you. Thank you for the tip. And yeah, that's like kind of the main motivation, honestly. Just lying. Dude, when I watched those children get freaking brainwashed at NASA, I got actually mad. Hibbler was there. Hibbler and Justin Harvey were there, dude. Like, we were pissed. I got actually mad, bro. We went in there and these kids, and you know, I'm not gonna like go say stuff to them and stuff, and like, but it just made me mad. It made me sad, and then mad, because you could they're taking their innocence and they're misleading them with a story that's very captivating and like, it's exciting, and it's just so disgusting because they don't know, but it leads to nihilism, to think that there's nothing out there, or that this place is just random and insignificant, and that's you're in a bottomless pit in all directions, but there's no bottom, but omnidirectional darkness of nothingness, and like, shut up. All right, let's keep going. I got some more different things I want to show you guys. So, some of this stuff is crazy that they even claim this stuff is real. I saved a lot of stuff last night. All right. Let's watch. Where'd it go? Okay, here you go.
Hello, everyone.
Shout out to my boy Taboo Conspiracy. And let's check him out here.
I'm going to share with you 3 different NASA rocket launches that supposedly went to space.
I don't want to watch this one. Although they go down super fast, but this is not the one I thought it was. It's this one.
Hello, everyone. Pointing out more ISS fakery is superfluous, as it is physically impossible to have a pressurized atmosphere adjacent to the alleged vacuum of space.
There are just so many things that scream that they fake everything. I don't know how anyone cannot see this. I know, I agree. But what people will do is they'll ignore all of it, and they want to find one they think that isn't fake, or that they're not sure how they faked it, and they'll ignore all the evidence that they're faking it, or they'll make up excuses and say, sure, maybe they faked it some, but they couldn't fake this one, or oh, these people are private. You don't go to space unless you're in cooperation with NASA, bro, and the FAA, federal government. Like, are you kidding me? We know people specifically that looked into it. Like, they're just coping. People are coping. Admit NASA lies and that can't be trusted, and everything they said can be completely thrown away, and they're completely discredited as a business, as a corporation altogether, including SpaceX, who's been caught lying and faking things and has to work with NASA, and admittedly gave full access to all their stuff and said they would never get to space if it wasn't for NASA. And then I'll look at all your other claims of private exploration as you kick the can down the road. And if you can't admit that and you avoid it, I don't want to talk to you. You're coping. It's like, if we catch them faking just one thing, then I don't trust anything they have to say. Why would you ever have to fake space? We've caught them faking thousands of things. And we're just getting started, by the way. And watch what's going to happen. They're never going to have information for out of NASA. They're going to be like, oh, we lost it. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, man, we must have sold it at a garage sale. Let's check this out.
Without a barrier. It is a violation of natural law, as the gas of the atmosphere would immediately expand into the alleged vacuum of space, killing everyone. Outer space is fantasy, no different than Santa Claus. And space fans cling to the illusion of space just as much as children cling to Santa Claus. Regardless, it's still a lot of fun to point out bubbles in space, astronauts pretending to be in space when they're obviously swimming in water, scuba divers in space, green screens for faking space, wire fells, multiple CGI errors, disappearing astronauts, satellites hanging by wires, toyish space models.
Bro, I would love to hear someone cope with that one. This is supposedly a satellite in space or whatever. It's hanging from a wire. You see it right there. It's like being deployed or whatever. Do you see that? That's a wire, ladies and gentlemen. It's a model. It's on a wire. They're faking things. It's simple.
Toyish space models and blatant contradictions by lying astronauts.
You can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
The sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth.
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
In order to keep the scam going, NASA really wants you to believe in the space fantasy. And NASA gets $70 million a day to do just that. But I'm here today to share another outer space fail. Several weeks ago, I shared on my YouTube community page this video from Latter-day Saints. But the copy of the video was pretty poor and filled with lots of watermarks. I hate when people do that. Official Twitter. But the official story is that the S-13 radiator panel on the ISS...
Bro, people think that's real, bro. That's a model, bro. That's not real.
It's all fantasy. But the official story is that the S-13 radiator panel on the ISS was peeled back either from a...
Do you have any evidence to point me to towards regarding meteors? Like, the whole idea that there are meteors... Let me just cover this real quick. So, like, they say that the evidence for meteors is that there are craters on the Earth, and those must have come from meteors. And you're like, oh, why aren't there any rock debris there? Oh, it all evaporated. Why is it all at 90-degree impacts? Oh, because it hit so hard, it's like a bullet and exploded, so it made it equidistant. Well, it would still be at somewhat of an angle. It wouldn't be an equidistant even if it exploded. Then people claim that you can show it in a test. I'm like, okay, whatever. Where's all the rock debris? It all evaporated. So we're just supposed to believe you that that crater in the ground happened from a rock flying out of space, hitting the ground, but there's no rocks there? Yeah, you have to believe me. I don't have to believe you. We've seen that happen where water comes up out of the ground and it creates the craters exactly like that. So that's a real testable claim that can provably happen. And their evidence for meteors is that there are craters. Then when we see stuff in the sky, like there are electrical discharges, things fly through the sky. There's no doubt things move in the sky. We have shooting stars. We have meteor showers. That doesn't mean that rocks are flying down from a vacuum and then coming and hitting the ground. They claim that one came and hit in Russia. Did they find a rock? No, right? And, you know, who's to know if they ever faked one of those things? That's like the only one anyone ever points to is one in Russia. And there's no actual evidence of this. So I don't feel compelled to make tons of claims about rocks falling out of the sky when there's no evidence for it. Then when it comes to the moon rocks, they claim that they found 85% of the moon rocks that we have on the Earth. So admittedly, the Earth just makes the same rocks, and they claim that they don't think it could be made on the Earth and that it must be from the moon. Or they're just rocks on the Earth. You're claiming that they're from the moon. The official story is that 85% of the moon rocks that we have were found on the Earth. Official story. And then when they claim that there are meteorites, like they're just rocks. They're just rocks. That's it. That they found on the Earth. So the claim that they're from space is just ridiculous. So that's the actual answer to that question. It's like, again, people have been misled to think that we've seen tons of rocks fall out of the sky and we watch them hit the ground and we go find the rock. That's never happened in the history of mankind. That's not how it works. Yeah, we see stuff come out of the sky. Cool, man. Stuff comes out of the sky. You could shoot stuff out of the sky. Like, literally, you could just shoot something. You could just shoot something out of like a plane or whatever. And it's only been like caught on tape like once or twice. And things do come out of the sky. Like things fly around in the sky. Doesn't mean that there are rocks from outer space flying through, hitting the ground. There's no evidence for that. So I don't feel the need to answer it any further than that, because if it was so legitimate, they wouldn't have to lie so much and then pretend there's all this evidence that there isn't, and then just expect us to allow them to beg the question that holes in the ground come from rocks with no evidence. So it's as simple as that, to be honest.
A micrometeorite or space debris. That phony drama isn't important.
Petrified wood. Yeah, sure. All kinds of things. Just naturally occurring stuff on the Earth.
What is funny here is that the panel is flapping in the wind. There is simply no way.
They conceptualized a meteorite before they even claimed to discover the first crater, when the crater would have been discovered first before discovering a meteorite. Boom. Game over. Shout out to my boy Sacred and Flat Earth Fridays.
That wind or exhaust from a spacecraft or anything else can cause that panel to flap back and forth in the wind like that when the ISS is supposedly in the vacuum of space. Like so many other mistakes, this simple error should...
Someone said, do only $25 comments get read? No, I read all the comments. I've read $5 to $10. If I miss one, I probably miss more some that are more than 25. I said I'm going to read every single donation in a minute. I don't just skip people's donations, bro. I read $2 super chats, brother. Come on.
End the outer space debate for
I guess that's you saying that you're tired of waiting. I'll read them after this.
Any reasonable thinking.
I wanted to wait till the end of the stream, bro. Type in your name that sent the super chat and I'll find yours.
Person. My friends, your space Santa Claus isn't real. I know, it's hard. I admit I once believed in Santa Claus, and almost everyone watching this video were once believers too.
Yeah, that's a model. That's fake news. Ms. Mac, I think it says Ms. Mac or something like that. Yeah, Ms. Mac. Type the name that you sent the donation under, and I'll find it and I'll read it off. I don't want to kill the stream by just reading. He's new. It's all good. I'm just saying, like, I'm not mad at you or anything, bro. I'm just saying, like, nah, bro. I've read quite a few off as they popped up, but if I'm like talking or doing something, I'll miss them sometimes. So that's fake news. But look, let's do this. Let's come up here. I want to show you guys. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. Is supposedly real. So this is Skylab. First of all, I got a question for the space believers, the NASA defense. You can't watch this whole stream and still defend NASA. I'm not even gonna lie. Like you have to cut it off, pause it, start checking out. But do you guys think this is real? Does anyone in this chat think this is real? Okay, so the first poll was, if NASA's faking footage of space, should they be held accountable? 97% said yes with 933 votes. That's what I'm talking about. All right. So we're going to end the poll. That's a good poll. 1,000 votes almost. That's good. All right, I'm going to ask a new poll based on what we see on the screen right now. Is this a real satellite in space? Is this, let's say, real footage of a satellite in space? Okay. I actually want to know if there's like people that think this is real. There's no way, right? I mean, I thought no one would answer no to the last question though, and then sure enough, like 35 people or so. 30 people. My chat just totally glitched out. That was crazy. Oh, Q&A? In Q&A. My goodness, my bad. All right. Start a poll. Is this real footage of a satellite in space? I mean, this is the stupidest looking thing I've ever seen, in my opinion. Okay. I'll start off with a no. I don't get to vote. Did someone actually just say yes? Someone said yes. Bro. All right.
The space station is open for business. Over the next 8 months, Skylab is home to 3 crews, each setting new records for astronauts living and working in space.
Bro, you guys think that's real, bro?
The space station is open for business. Over the next 8 months, Skylab is home to 3 crews.
This is why the old footage is so funny, because it was so bad. Like to try to fake it back then, right? The quality was so bad. That's why I like to point it out. If they were lying about it in the 80s, I mean, they were lying, period, right? They're liars. So we actually have 6% of people saying that this is real. By the way, I don't even know if this is claimed to be real, which is why I asked the poll. One thing's for sure, it looks fake. Now you're going to feel goofy if they don't even claim this is real, because you know it looks fake. You'd want to change your answer. And that's why I asked the poll, to make that point. This is the fakest looking. This is obviously a model, a little model hanging on wires.
Space station is open for business. Over the next 8 months, Skylab is home to 3 crews, each setting new records for astronauts living and working in space.
You fly from one side to the other. We had erected handrails in there to move along. You don't do that. You don't use any of that stuff. I can remember the first week or so, I'd do flips on the way.
The feeling of being Peter Pan, of being your own spacecraft flying around the Earth, is awesome and incredible.
So I've shown this because, like, this is actually way better footage. So this guy is on harness, probably, maybe, I don't know. But what I think they did was they actually took people up. This is way back in the day. This is like the predecessor to the ISS called Skylab. So what they did was constantly film people in vomit comets. And so they would free fall. You'd have, like, say, a minute. And they'd do a bunch of flips. They'd do a bunch of stuff. They'd get all that footage put together. And they'd show people that. And in a way, it's like they did better. They also, didn't do as good in many ways, but.
Down there as if we had never been other than weightless.
Isn't it funny that astronauts are always like military trained professional gymnasts? Are you a scientific nerd that works at NASA as an astronaut, or are you like a professional military gymnast? You see all the cuts? They're in 0G for a second. And they tell them to float around. Spin around. So here is how they would fake that. Now this is a newer version of it, but they have big, and they could still use this. This is huge. Look at that thing. Dude, it's like deceptively small in the video. This thing is huge, dude. It's called a super guppy. And watch. Look how big that is. You see how it's shaped? And how big it is? And of course, they could have stuff they don't even release to the public, but just keep in mind how that looks. Look at the shape. So you could take a flight like that. To go up to a parabolic flight, you need to go to 25 to 30,000 feet. And you can start doing parabolic flights. Well, guess how high the guppy goes? 25 to 30,000 feet. What a coincidence. So some were saying that this thing wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, it could. It can go that high. And then why can't it just start falling down? It absolutely can. You have all this room to spin around. So I think that they put a bunch of money. And then it was probably really difficult and somewhat dangerous. And they only claimed that Skylabs was like in use for 170 days or something, like half a year. And then they crashed out of the sky supposedly and landed in the ocean. So one thing that they started doing, I just wanted to show you guys that. I think it's pretty interesting to see the progression of the lie. So anyway, someone trying to say that this couldn't be faked, you're wrong. Do you see all the cuts? It's like 10, 15, 20 seconds. They're just in zero-G flights over and over and over. They're in the military. This guy's clearly a military personnel. Like, he's doing crazy professional level flips. All right. Whether you're in zero-G or not, dude, that dude's a gymnast. All right. We could watch. Oh, let's watch this. And because I just want to point out, like, this is a spell, bro. It gets you in your emotions. Let me come over here. Space is a spell, man. And I'll be honest, I never really fell for it because it wasn't like, I'm not claiming like I was a super truther and I knew it was fake for a long time. I'm not claiming anything like that. I just didn't care. Like, I played football. I wanted to kind of like talk to girls. I just like played football. And I did really like physics, and I would take math as a competition. So I would do good in math because I would like compete with myself to see how fast and like how few steps I could use and how much math I could do in my head. And I would do really good in honors math class, stuff. I was in a private school, whatever. But I didn't really care about anything like that. And I never really cared about space. One time I remember when I was at that school, they were talking, we had a textbook and they were talking about like, you are here, you know? And I raised my hand. I'm like, how do they know what everything looks like if we've never been out there to see it? And then everyone laughed and she admitted that it was just like animation. I'm like, okay. And this was just me randomly thinking. And so all to say that the space thing didn't really cast a spell on me because I was like 14 and 14, I found out about the moon landing. Same year I found out about 9/11, so I was like, it just didn't work on me. All that to say, it is a very captivating thing, and if space is real, it would be cool. And if there are astronauts floating around in space, it would be cool. And like, there's no reason to lie about that. Astronauts look cool. Astronaut art looks cool. Like, the idea is captivating. The way that they sell it, it gets you in your emotions. It's a story. And then they pull in the patriotism, and it's like one thing we can all come together is like going to the moon, the Apollo missions, and going to space, and it's a spell. That's what it is, and it's very ritualistic. And they shoot their little phallic symbols up in the sky, and people get in their emotions. And I actually like feel bad for them, low key, because I understand, I empathize with them. Anyway, so I want you guys to check this out. This is like a ritual that they do, and it's just weird, bro. It's so weird. And I'm going to kind of fast forward through it some. It's so long.
Why climb the highest mountain? Why 35 years ago? Why the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard. If I would say, my fellow citizens,
I think it's so funny. Like, this is like one of the most famous speeches ever. It's supposed to be so epic. And he says, we choose to, what does he say? We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things.
we shall send to the moon 240,000 miles away from the control station in Houston. A giant rocket, more than 300 feet tall, made of new metal alloy.
Okay, long story short, you hear the emotional music. They got like, 100,000 people easy there, and they shoot it off. Oh, could everyone in that control room be in on it? Like, they wouldn't have to. Look at what they're looking at. Nothing. Are you kidding me? Okay. Anyway, I'm just pointing out that's why the lie works. It's like a super emotional spell. All right. Let's see here. I don't know if I want to watch the whole ISS footage. So long.
I wanted to make this quick video to prove that the wire dangling satellite from my last video was a genuine NASA video and that I did not take anything out of context. We NASA skeptics really do need to do this more often because I fear that these classic NASA blunders will one day be removed, edited, buried, or censored in another manner. You can find the actual video here from the International Astronautical Federation. I'll have a link in the description. To begin with, here's the entire clip without any edits.
And straight from the college campus, Dale Gardner. That is just a quick scenes of life in orbit. Our first task, of course, was to deploy Telesat. It was a nighttime deploy, and so this is a TV picture, nighttime TV picture of the deploy. It looks more or less like in the day. You just can't see it too well. Went smoothly, and really not much else to say about that. We had another deploy.
Here is a smaller portion of the clip, and you can unquestionably see the wire attached to the supposed satellite that is being deployed in space. Sorry, NASA fanboys. If NASA faked any of it, then all of NASA's work is suspect.
That is just a quick scenes of life in orbit. Our first task, of course, was to deploy Telesat. It was a nighttime deploy, and so this is a TV picture, nighttime TV picture of the deploy. It looks more or less like...
But that's on a string. Game over. Just like he said, if they faked any of it, they faked all of it. We don't have to worry about anything that they say. But look at this. Explain this to me, NASA fanboys. What is that? How does the satellite go through the window? What is this?
Early. We haven't been up there very long. And after a couple days, it's time to go ahead and find this thing called a space
Buddy, what is that? What is that? They're looking out a window in space at a satellite, huh? First of all, you should already know immediately that that is clearly not real. Look at that. It doesn't even move as it, like, that's so noticeably fake, bro. $5 from a pocket font. Keep up the good work, brother. Keep doing what you do, and thank you for doing it. Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you so much for the kind words and the support, bro. Look at that. It's the fakest looking thing. It goes through the window. Look at that.
early. Been up there very long. And after a couple days, it's time to go ahead and find this thing called a space.
Okay, anyway, it's just a joke, man. Oh, someone said, "Oh, you want to watch the re-entry? Let's watch the one time it's ever been claimed that this is a shot of a rocket leaving space from the ISS. Let's check it out. You ready to pack it up, boys?" Watch this. This is CGI. It's CGI, bro. I think it's crazy if you guys don't know that that's fake, I'll be honest. All right, I got your video, bro. We're going to watch it. All right, check this out.
About 8 minutes and 44 seconds.
I'm about to wrap it up and read the donations. I'm getting kind of tired.
Into today's flight, so a little over 5 minutes to go still on this second stage. You heard the call out to Alpha, so they're now in the longest abort zone that carries them all the way from about North Carolina. About 8 minutes and 44 seconds into today's flight, so a little over 5 minutes to go still on this second stage. You heard the call out to Alpha, so they're now in the longest abort zone that carries them all the way from about entry and data back from this spacecraft.
Stage 2 propulsion.
That's so clearly like a mouse that crawls around. People say they try to claim it's ice that's melting.
That carries them all the way from all the
You
way
see it crawling, crawl up and jerk over?
from about tree and data back from this spacecraft.
Stage 2 propulsion. Acquisition of signal.
About 8 minutes and 44 seconds into today's flight, so a little over 5 minutes to go still on this second stage. You heard the call out to Alpha, so they're now in the longest abort zone that carries them all the way from about
It does look like something's crawling to me, to be honest. It's hilarious. Look at that.
all the way from about tree and data back from this spacecraft.
Stage 2 propulsion. Acquisition of signal.
But they say it's ice that melted. Obviously, it's not conclusive anything, but... All right, I'm going to start reading the donations because I forgot I need to work out and I'm getting tired. Do another poll. Whose CGI is better, Disney's? 6% said yes. That's so crazy, bro. All right. Let's wrap this up. I didn't realize it was already so late. You go forever, dude. Go forever looking at this stuff. There's so much of it. I think it's intentional. There's an argument that they show some of this stuff faked on purpose, yeah. Da-na-na. 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 My eyes are heavy. And just a quick reminder that I'm going to be going to NASA and I'm going to live stream it for the Miswits exclusive behind the scenes. So if you want to sign up for the Miswits, members.miswits.com, you'll get the exclusive behind the scenes access. Anyone that's a Miswit. Make sure you check your email and stuff this week so you can get in there. Email, Patreon messages, Ko-fi messages. You can send messages on Ko-fi if you signed up for a tier under there. Check your messages there. Say tomorrow, and I'm going to try to send them out. I have to send them out individually. It's very annoying, but anyway, just make sure you check them. All right. Da-na-na. Da-na-na. Everyone good? I don't want to keep watching stuff, to be honest. Dude, these used to get so many views before it got censored, bro. That's crazy. Actually, I want to watch one more because this has 800,000 views. This is what it was like before they started censoring it. And if you support that, you're also just like an enemy of the truth and people, bro. Like 800,000 views, you'll never get that much on a NASA's faking stuff video now.
Are all alone in this universe. But how would you...
Oh, let's see. That's a pretty big channel, though. But look, 25,000 views, 126,000 views. That's crazy, bro. Flat Earth video, 110,000 views. This is just like how Jaren has like over 150,000 views and they just stifled his subs. Yeah, I don't know about any of these videos specifically though. Just a second. Okay, I do want to show you guys this. This is another point I want to make. That it's such an emotional spell, and I don't think people know all this, right? So they claim they went to the moon back and forth, no problem. Let's go play golf on the moon. Let's ride a rover on the moon. Like, dude, we're a buggy. Let's jump in a golf cart. We're having a blast, right? Super easy, back and forth, no problem. And then Apollo 13, you have a disaster. And the oxygen tank, something happens to the oxygen tank. And they're like, oh man, we only have 2 days of oxygen, but we have a 4-day trip back. And they slingshot around the moon, and heroically they make it by pulling off how they had no oxygen. So now people are like, whoa, space is dangerous. We proved America's better, right? Or whatever. Patriotism and freedom, right? Like democracy wins over communism. And then they have this dangerous scare. So it's like kind of justifies pulling back some, right? And then they say that the funding got pulled because it's like, it's too dangerous, too expensive. What do we need to prove now? That's the cover story. Then people started, after a few years, they're like, wait a minute, why would we not still be going to space and stuff? This doesn't make sense. So then they claim they do Skylab, they do all this stuff, but then they have a couple more disasters, right? You have the Challenger explosion. So people die when they if you have never heard any of the stuff about that, it's a whole thing, right? Like coincidentally, 2 of the people on the Challenger had twins. And coincidentally, they have doppelgangers the same age that look the same with the same name. You know, the other people do as well. It's just sketchy stuff. I mean, I don't have time to get onto all that, but it is sketchy. And then the parents of one of the people there, they're like smiling and laughing like 30 seconds to a minute after it happened. They're just on camera laughing in the crowd like they don't know they're being filmed. The family photo, they have a whole story about how a family photo actually survived the explosion and was found in the water, like the passport story, but the family photo doesn't have the supposed twin in there. What's up with that? So it's like just a bunch of weird stuff going on with the Challenger, but it's like, dude, space is dangerous. And if you don't know, the government actually had like a thing they did where they got all the public schools to agree to make sure that they rolled in a TV or they brought everyone to the library of their school or whatever, and they played the video for all the students. So everyone was watching that. It was like the most viewed rocket launch ever, pretty much, percentage of the population-wise. And then there's a teacher on board and it explodes. So space is super dangerous. This justifies them not really doing much and putting things off. And it gets you in your feelings. It gets you emotional. Like, there are people that are so mad that I even dare suggested that there may be some fakery with the Challenger, right? People will get emotionally mad. They'll start virtue signaling, attacking me and stuff. And it's like, it's not going to work on me, obviously. I don't care what you're talking about. But that's why they do it. Because emotion is such a good barrier from being caught in a lie. Because if you get someone emotional, like they don't think logically, they're afraid to like say things that they may be demonized for. And then you move up and you got the Columbia in 2003, another explosion. When they're re-entering, it explodes, right? And we're going to watch that. And I want you to realize that the people in the control room don't have to know anything. That you can that the shuttles, if you guys don't know, they used to have things that look like planes, and they were little shuttles, and they'd come down and they'd land on a runway. Those things are real. They admittedly get carried by a different plane, like a certain type of Boeing. They have a certain type of plane that loads it up there. You could just take it up there in a plane. You could shoot it up in a rocket. It could basically coast around with big things, big boosters with plenty of gas. It could coast around for a while. It could come back down. It could go up there, go down somewhere that you don't see it, and then they drop it off the plane later. There's tons of things that wouldn't even be hard that they could do. And then anyway, this shuttle's coming back in, right? And re-entry, it's no big deal. That thing could go up really high. You could drop it at an angle, hit the boosters out of the back, go super fast, and you could possibly catch on fire going through actual air that fast, right? Like basically free falling or something. So all that to say, no one in the control room would have to know. They've done tons of simulations. There's something that they're really tracking, whatever. You go look in the control room at just a bunch of screens. They have no idea. And I think there probably really were people on it falling out of the sky. And so, like, that's what you're about to see is a control room of people that don't know. And I wanted to make that point because, like we did in the other stream, it's like this whole idea that you have to believe that everyone's in on it. No, that's not the case at all. And then, of course, you have the Apollo flight director telling you in his book and the audio recording that we played in the last episode that the simulations had gotten so good, even in the times of Apollo, that no one in the control room and the mission control would ever be able to tell the difference between the real thing and the fake thing. And we had the astronaut explaining it as well. I think I might want to watch that as well. So I'm going to watch that girl kind of explaining that before we get into this. I want you guys to really understand that point because this is important. Because this people start suffering from cognitus and they start trying to cope with this so hard. It's kind of crazy, but so here is Gene Kranz. In the late 1960s, our simulation technology had progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from actual missions. Simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. The simulation tested out the crew's and controllers' responses to normal and emergency conditions. It checked out the exact flight plan, mission rules, and procedures that the crew and controllers would use for a later flight. The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the real mission. That's Apollo flight director Gene Kranz. There goes the control room, mission control, everyone else involved. So then you want to talk about, oh, well, what about the astronauts, right? Well, almost all the astronauts have former military experience. A large amount of them are publicly Masons. Obviously, you wouldn't even have to know all of them that are Masons. Run Boston, if you're still here, do you have that? Do you have the astronaut video by chance? If not, I think I do. I'll find it. Let me find this girl explaining it. But yeah, if you didn't see last week, we have a female astronaut explaining what, and think about it, this is like they're detached from the world and they're in a giant warehouse with no windows for weeks and weeks and weeks at a time. And by the way, if they're claiming that someone's going to go to space, well, they're going to have to keep them out of the public, eye for a while. So they're going to keep them, behind the scenes basically. And this girl starts describing exactly that. It's like she has no idea. She has no idea what she's telling on. I wouldn't be surprised if this girl tripped and fell down the stairs the next week, if you know what I'm saying. Hopefully, either a model dropped that video, the blonde-haired girl, or maybe Run Boston could drop it in Telegram. I think he did drop it for me at some point, but I don't know where it is. It's unfortunate. I have no idea where it is. But while I'm waiting on someone to help her brother out, I'll play the video clip of him saying it so that people know, obviously. The shuttle was supposedly effectively a glider when it comes back down, but after it lands, you can clearly and very audibly hear jet engines. Yeah, but it doesn't have the same place where jet engines would be. It could just glide down with the boosters out of the back, too. Like, there's no admittedly, it latches onto a plane, goes up, and then falls down. And then we'll cover that in a future episode or something because I'm tired. I don't have time to cover all that. We did start going through it last night, though, and we definitely figured out how you could easily... It wouldn't even be difficult at all to fake it. I mean, people wouldn't even really have to know that it's being faked. It's pretty brilliant. All right, let me find... Here, I have the video of her talking. I just wanted to play the YouTube one, but... Okay, I don't see it. I'll check my Miswits real quick, but wait a minute. Shocking. Oh, maybe we should play this. I'll troop out for you guys. I know these are really long, but whatever. Let's watch this, dude. I've never seen this. This sounds interesting. Let's see what it is.
Okay, can you tell us your name? My name is Dylan O'Donnell. And tell us a bit about what you do. Well, I've got a day job running an IT company, but it's really just a front. I make fake pictures for NASA. All of my astrophotography is just, it's not real, it's 3D art. It's we put it together in Blender and Photoshop and a whole bunch of other tools. It takes a while, but the results I think are pretty good and have fooled most of the world. So why do you do it? At first I just thought I could get a few more likes on Instagram, get a few more likes on Facebook, and after a while though it became addictive. The money,
the women, the fame.
All right, this is like a parody, bro. It's like a parody. Okay, let me come over here. And I won't be able to pause or anything, but we'll just play it like this because what can you do? Can't believe someone sent me that. Did no one drop the link to this girl? Now you guys saw the girl I was talking about, right? It's this girl. Someone's got to have the link. A mod has to have the link to that thing, bro. I know what we're going to do. Don't you worry. Thank you guys for being patient, but I figured out what we can do. Okay. Which video are you looking for? The girl with blonde hair that's an astronaut that explains how they can't tell the difference between simulations and stuff like that. But I figured out how to play it. But like everything's glitching out. Everything starts glitching out at the same time. It doesn't make any sense, bro. Yeah, it's frustrating. I can't find it, but you can go to you can drop the video on my Telegram, t.me/misswits. So frustrating right now. All right, let's just watch the emotional one. Maybe someone will help me, but I was trying to show you guys before, but it doesn't matter. The timing doesn't matter. But here's how they get you all on your feels emotionally, and then, dude, you know, people may have actually died, and they may not even plan for there to be a mistake, because I think you could easily just have people glide down an actual shuttle. Why would you not be able to do that? Of course you could do that. Also, no one in the control room would possibly know any of it. What's on their screens, a bunch of simulations, a bunch of data. They would have no idea. Windows 11. All right. Just watch it. I wanted to play that girl, but I don't know where it is.
Return temps to the left outboard, left inboard elevon.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Instrumentation max? Flight max those are also off.
Okay, I found it. Yeah, basically, I mean, you know, and these people blow up and they die. I mean, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know. I mean, I think it's very possible that they did. I don't even know it was necessarily planned. But my point is that that's so emotional, and this justifies, like, it's like they have a mistake happen. And I'm just gonna say this, man. If they have some type of tragedy happen every once in a while, it justifies them taking another 20 years to supposedly do something. Then they delay it. We're on par for another tragedy. And I hope that doesn't happen. But I'm just explaining to you that pattern recognition shows that obviously if people are like getting restless and they're demanding that you go to space. By the way, Brandon, thank you. I found it though. Just so you don't have to keep looking if you hear this. But you see my point, right? They're like, why are we not going anywhere? What are we doing? What's our money going to? What are you guys doing? If we did this in 60s and then something tragic happens, we're like, oh man, like no one's going to question you for a while. And I'm just making a point in case you guys have never noticed they do that. Then look a little bit deeper, like at the Challenger, and nothing adds up. And then they like rejected a FOIA request, and then they got caught lying, and it's weird, bro. Like NASA is not trustworthy at all. I mean, it's the same people that doctored international temperature recordings, like world temperature recordings. They call them global temperature recordings. all the way back to the 50s so that it would look like it goes along with global warming, and got caught doing it. Literally. The same company that politicizes like sexual inclusivity when it's supposed to just be about science, like we covered last week. But anyway, so when you see like that video and you hear anything emotional, or they tell you all this stuff, and they're not even trying to fake it good anymore. It's crazy. They just show animations of something landing on the moon supposedly, and they're like, you guys will be okay. But anyway, no one has to know. The control room doesn't have to know. We just watched Gene Kranz tell you that no one has to know, right? We just watched it. And there's a clip, there's an audio clip as well of Gene Kranz. Here it is.
Team is training, simulating a landing.
The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the real mission.
Behind the scenes at Mission Control, Gene Kranz's team is training, simulating a landing.
The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the real mission.
Okay, so the whole narrative that all the control room would have to be in on it, everyone that works at NASA have to be on it, is just patently false. If you do not stop saying that now, then you're being dishonest, right? You can still believe it's real if you want to just ignore the fact we just buried them for 3 hours and we did the same thing last week and whatever, but it's obvious that the people wouldn't have to be in on it, right? All right, let's watch this video. And this girl just straight up breaks it down for you, man. This is literally an astronaut.
You've worked on Apollos 8 and 10. What was that like? Can you describe your feelings during those 2 missions, what it was like?
Well, the missions were so nominal that you almost couldn't believe that it was happening. We had been simulating these things for so long, and everything goes wrong in the simulations. You have devious little men that plan simulations. They plan to do everything wrong so that they can mess everybody up. So when we got to the real mission, it seemed like a piece of cake, really.
What sort of things in the simulations would they have go wrong? What sort of problems would they present to you?
The engine fails. Their gyroscopes and reference equipment will fail. You'll lose communication. They'll underburn, they'll overburn, they'll have abort situations come up.
Do you think that there is any danger when actual astronauts are involved and it's not a simulation, that your mental attitude won't take into consideration the fact that it's a manned mission, that it will be too much like an exercise?
I think you always remember that there are men on board. And even during simulations, it's not just an exercise. The simulations seem as real as the mission. We have men in simulations. They're in the simulator. They're not flying up to the moon. But we feel like they're real.
You feel like they're real, but do you think that the entire space program, as you view it in your work, has a sense of unreality to it?
I think the atmosphere you work in is a little bit unreal as far as the actual facilities are concerned. You're totally isolated. You're surrounded by machines. There are no windows in the buildings where you work. The lighting is always the same. You lose all track of time. You think in terms of ground elapsed time, and that becomes the only reality.
I was muted. I said dun dun dun. Obviously it can be faked. Let's read the super chats and get out of here because I don't want to watch the 18-minute ISS thing. All right, let's go all the way down. All right. Groove yesterday signed up for the water chill. Welcome to the Misfits, brother. Check your messages so you can watch the exclusive live stream. And we'll post the live stream, so if you get there late, you'll still see it or whatever. But welcome to the Misfits. Jeff Nelson, welcome to the Fire Tier. Welcome to Misfits. And you guys may be re-looping. I don't know. Val the Saint, Fire. Thanks for being a Misfit. John, thank you for the $5. Binge Jam and Godspeed, brother. Thank you so much for the $10. Melissa, thank you for fighting for us. Very generous $100 donation. Thank you so much for donating to the Audit NASA mission. I appreciate it. November for the cause, down with the NASA man. $10. Thank you so much. And Melissa, thank you again. That was so generous. Rick Tapkey, I'm excited to participate in this project. Thank you so much for the generous $50 tip towards the Audit NASA mission. It's greatly appreciated, brother. Thank you so much, man. I'm happy to have you on board. Joan Margaret, remember a subtle hypnosis technique is to mimic their body language when you do the interview / chat. Makes them feel close to you subconsciously. Okay, nice, interesting. Thank you for the $10. Very interesting input. True Norther, good luck and Godspeed. Thank you so much for the $10 tip and the kind words. Kristen Warner, keep nailing them to the wall. Austin will do. Thank you so much for the $10 tip and the support. Yates 2K, incredibly generous. $250 to the Audit NASA mission. Thank you so much, brother. You're a legend, bro. Thank you so much for having my back and helping me try to spearhead this and get it done. So shout out to you, man. That's crazy generous. So thank you, bro. And stay up to date, bro. I'm not going to let you down, I promise. So greatly appreciated, bro. You made it possible. Vic, keep up the good work. Will do. Thank you for the $25 tip. Much love. It just says Ko-fi supporter. Thank you for the $10. Dakota Dunn, exposing deception is important. Thank you and keep up the great work. $50 generous donation. Thank you so much. Will do. I know I read some of these off as it popped up, but I'm just going to read them all again. LJ with the flex emoji. Shout out to you. Thank you for the $10 tip. Goldie 862 from Gab. Thank you for the $10 tip. Much love. Julian, thank you for being a gangster for the truth, and of course for Thank you for the very generous $100 and for the kind words. Yeah, someone's got to do it, right? But thank you so much for the support. Greatly appreciated. Couldn't do it without you guys. Calamir Zero, love you, brother. You're the best. God bless you. Keep on winning the debates. I'll do the best I can. They're pretty exhausting, but thank you so much for the $10 tip. As you guys can tell, I'm getting tired. Let's go viral, exposing NASA. Matt, thank you for the $10 tip. That's the plan, bro. I think we're gonna do it. I think it's gonna be crazy. This donation is on behalf of Flurf Grift in the chat. Cope harder, dude. Much love, brother. Adam, thank you for the crazy generous donation. $330, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys popped us over there, especially Adam and Y2K. Thank you so much. That's crazy generous, bro. You've supported the channel for a while, so I can't thank you enough, man. Thank you so much. I see I just got a new paper form submission for Audit NASA. Hopefully it's not a troll, but nice. I'm gonna get you guys. I need a team to help me out. I can't do it all, but I'm trying to get everyone together. But anyway, Adam, again, I can't thank you enough, bro. That's crazy generous, bro. Thank you so much, man. Because I was spending so much money on it, and I'm like, dang, dude, I really want to do this. It's just tough, and you guys pulled through, so I appreciate you guys so much. Sphinx Bear, thank you for the $100 tip, man. Very generous. Appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. You guys are making this possible, and I'm excited about it. So thank you so much. Very generous, man. Can't thank you enough. Earth first, space later. Thank you for your time and your work. Awesome. Truly, we fight for a new world. What you said. Thank you for the $10 tip. And yeah, we got to save the future generations from the propaganda, man. The world can change pretty quickly if like massive lies like this get blown out of the water. So yeah, exactly what you said. James, to saving the world. Thank you for the $25 tip. And some people would say it's hyperbolic. I don't really think so. I think that being lied to and misled about the very nature where we live and given all these crazy stories to promote nihilism is like ruining the world. And so I actually think this is a step in that direction. Thank you so much for the tip, brother. King Chua, welcome to Tampa. Me and the guy who put me onto your work, who is my best friend, are local to the area as well. Thanks for doing what you do. Ah, nice, bro. Tyler W, thank you so much for the $10 tip. And hit me up on Telegram and we can link up or something. Mark and Rose, can't wait for the audits. The audits Witsit. I was trying to read that. It says audits Witsits. Yeah, it's going to be lit. We're already doing some stuff, but it's really about to take off. I'm going to go ahead and spearhead it myself this week. It's going to be cool. But thank you for the $25 tip and the support. Thank you so much. Scott with 1T, thank you for the $10 tip, man. Much love, bro. Thanks for always supporting the channel. Run Boston Bear. These past few weeks have been epic for True Earthers. Let's keep talking to people about our realm. It's making a difference. I agree. And a shout out to all the legends over at Flat Earth Fridays on X. And, everyone at Ether Cosmology, all the people putting in the work at the cutting edge of everything. So shout out to you guys. Shout out to Run Boston Bear. Thank you so much, man. You're an awesome friend and supporter, bro. Mo FE, shouldn't there be upside down on a globe, and shouldn't a primary flight display indicate a plane is upside down doing 180 degrees from north to south? No, they would just say that down is relative to the center of mass and everything's going to adjust and then read according to that. But thank you for the $20 tip, man. Much love, bro. Kofi supporter, thank you for the $25 tip. It's anonymous, but thanks to whoever that is. Much love. Salute to you. What's it? You're the Neil deGrasse Tyson of Flat Earth, except intelligent, knowledgeable, and not black. All good things. Yeah. Eric, the psychic activist. Thank you so much for the support. And that's pretty funny, man. But thank you for the $10 tip. I was like, dang, you trying to insult me, bro? Ms. Mac, how is it that you have such few followers? Your content is extreme. I'm like slurring. I'm so tired. It's pretty crazy. It hit me really hard. How is that you have such few followers? Your content's extremely interesting, whether a flat earther or not. It just goes to show how much they censor truth. I've been unsubscribed from your channel 3 times now. Keep up the goodness. Hope your new fam is doing well. Thank you so much, Ms. Mac, for the $10 tip and for the kind words, and welcome to the channel, bro. Yeah, you're gonna keep getting unsubbed, but it is what it is. In a way, I take more pride in the fact that instead of selling out and doing certain, like, I could just stream on Twitch all day and talk about things that aren't that important, try to be funny. I could talk about more like socially acceptable things or whatever, but I talk about what I think is the most important, one of the biggest lies, and I try to cover all the stuff. So I take pride in that, but thank you for the kind words, man, and welcome. BGs, keep up the good work, Wits. There are people rooting against you. However, they're just as many rooting alongside you. Stay blessed, brother. BGs, thank you so much for the support and the kind words and the $25 tip, man. Can't thank you enough. And yeah, bro, I know there are people that have my back, bro. I'm kind of desensitized. I will say that it does take a toll on you at a time, and you need like people to have your back to kind of get you back where you're like, God, this is no big deal. But I think for support, bro. If only for the kids, keep exposing these frauds. Thank you. Val the Saint will do. Thank you for the $10 tip. That is the idea for sure. Apocryphon, keep up the good work, brother. Keep doing what you do, and thank you for doing it. Yeah, man. Shout out to you too, man. I will, and I appreciate the support, brother. B1 Sauce 525. Don't worry, I know you're not lying. I watch you and all the other Globebusters all the time and don't notice any signs of disingenuous behavior. LOL, the people that call you a grifter are always the same people. Yeah, I know. It's such a goofy claim. Like, the claim I'm a grifter, you have to claim I think that, the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball, that water is bending convexly, adhering to the outside of it as it then flies around the sun 66,600 miles per hour, that flies through the galaxy 500,000 miles per hour, that the galaxy then flies through space 1.2 million miles per hour, and that all interferometry tried to measure but couldn't measure it. But I actually think that space and time bend and warp, and that concepts have physical properties, and that the entire existence is an illusion, and that I actually believe that. And I'm lying when I say I don't believe it, so I can trick people and deceive them and then lie to them to get money. It's just such a stupid accusation. But yeah, thank you for the support, man. I'm not gonna lie, it does like get on my nerves. I'm tired of hearing it, but what can you do? Anyway, thank you. Apocryphon, the more I watch your videos, the more I'm reminded that we are lied. The more that I'm reminded that we are lied to, and I hope everybody realizes that too. Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you, Apocryphon, for the $10 tip, bro. I love you, man. Much love. And yeah, it is what it is. You just got to keep fighting, man. I think we need to all come together for things like this, like exposing like space being fake, and that's like such a big deal, in my opinion. Glinda Safkin, thank you for the $25 tip. Much love. Salute to you. Salute to all you guys for helping us hit the audit NASA goal. And yeah, we'll get the we'll get the video glasses, and I'll get a couple pairs so that if people end up wanting to meet me there, then we can all have a pair. I'll get some kind of low-key undercover mics, and I'll go get an annual pass, and yeah, it'll be cool. Then we'll have I'll pay for the work portal. I actually had to pay for it today. We'll keep the work portal paid for monthly, and the website going with like all the features of the website or whatever. So shout out to you guys. That's definitely going to help me do this mission and get the stuff needed to do this. I call it a mission, you know, I guess you could say it sounds corny, but to do this mission and future ones. So we'll have the equipment, and we'll already have the annual pass. And so it'll just be like travel there and back. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys so much, man. You guys pulled through. And stay tuned, because I'll be going this week. And a lot of the stuff, depending on what all I get, is not going to just be immediately publicly released to everyone, because I want to keep certain exclusive stuff for the documentary. Again, if you're a Miswits, then you'll get exclusive access, members.miswits.com. And when I get a chance, I'll try to make a whole Miswits website, and then it takes you there as well. But yeah, I'm trying to go often and get a bunch of different videos. And so I guess if there's anyone in the Florida region, in the general area where, like say Cap Canaveral, Kennedy Space Center is and stuff like that, you can reach out to me and we can start setting up little ways to go together. It's going to be tough to go by myself and try to figure everything out camera wise and stuff, but the glasses are going to help a lot. We'll figure it out. I'll definitely figure it out. So, all right, cool. I am clearly getting tired. So thank you guys so much for all the support. I can't thank you enough. I know someone said something about PayPal. And someone was mentioning something about sending me something. I don't know if you meant like actually sending me something physical or not, but I did drop my P.O. box, and let me pop it back up. And what we'll do is once a week, I'll read all the P.O. box stuff. I'll open everything up that comes up in the P.O. box. So let me find. This is it. And it is too big. So P.O. Box 48892, Tampa, Florida 33646. That's P.O. Box 48892, Tampa, Florida 33646. Let me double check this. I don't see anything on PayPal, so. All right, cool. I am super tired. I need to get up and work out pretty early, so. Todd Wayne, welcome to the Fire tier, the Miswits. Welcome to the Miswits. Boyd Stevens, welcome to Tier 2 Fire tier at the Miswits. Haley Grigo, welcome to the Miswits Fire tier as well. Paku McIver, welcome to the Water tier. Welcome to the Miswits. And by the way, so you guys remember, it goes water, fire, earth, air, ether. 5 tiers. And Josh Elliott, welcome to the Fire tier yesterday. I think we're good there. I think we're caught up. Black Picard, welcome to the Water tier. And like I said, that we'll set the event whenever I finalize exactly when I'm going, and then that'll be a live stream there. We're gonna start building all this up. Shane's gonna help me. We already have some stuff being built, and so yeah, that place is gonna be cool. And then we also have Audit NASA work portal. And so if you have any questions, if you've like, let me give you an example in closing of kind of what the whole idea here is. So like with this, I'm going to go to audit, and I'm going to go like audit them, right? I'm going to go try to get some information, figure out how everything goes, get my annual pass, stuff like that. And so there's an astronaut that's going to be there, and we discussed who it was. Like what Audit NASA, the kind of stuff that they'll do is everyone's going to get together, kind of research the astronaut, and then think about good questions, different stories that have happened to them, different things they've experienced, good questions to ask them, to compile information. And obviously like doing the research about the facilities and what all they offer, the different events and different expenses and stuff like that. They do offer a bunch of different things. Like you can go eat lunch with an astronaut, and you can do a bunch of stuff but it all costs money, you know. And then like just doing different research and calls and recordings and stuff, and then making a documentary to try to really wake up the like people. And I'm also going to be going to do kind of what Justin Harvey did, go to city council meetings and kind of call this out and get the good high definition recordings of that. So it should be cool. It's going to start popping off here soon. So stay tuned. It should be very interesting. All right, I think we're good. Let me just come kind of glance at the chat. I'm sorry that my energy just totally fell off. I don't know. It just came out of nowhere. Awesome today. What's it? Thank you, man. Hello, get better soon. I mean, I'm not like sick. I'm just tired. Witsit can't disprove satellite technology. He thinks he's smarter than actual aerospace engineers. Clown emoji. No, this is where you'll never rebut what I'm saying. But no, I said actually satellite technology, the physics and equation that's used for satellite technology, if proof of anything, would be proof of geocentricity, and it would actually specifically refute and falsify heliocentrism, just like the PhD astronomer Gerardus Bow explained. And there are many reasons for that, but of course, even if it's over a plane, you're just going to have ellipses. And that's how they actually account for the physics and equations, a curved path and ellipse. You could just do a globe coordinate transform. But outside of that, and you just use the ether drift, because the actual physics uses real inertial forces, right? And that's centrifugal, a Coriolis, which is twice the magnitude of centrifugal, which would be a net radially inward centripetal force. So a net radially inward accelerative force, because it's twice the magnitude of the centrifugal force, and inertial forces, none of which should exist in the heliocentric model. Long story short, in really simple terms, in layman terms, the satellite equations claim that they put the satellites up there as if the Earth is stationary, because they use the ECF, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, and then they have like the angular momentum of a universe spinning around it, creating real inertial forces, and that the satellite uses that to go around the Earth. That's what the physics and equations say. And they also then transform it to an ECI, which is ridiculous. It has the seasons happening like every 24 hours, and they account for a change in velocity in relation to the center of the ECI. That's a major problem. The ECI is just a mathematical coordinate system anyway. Can't actually explain the physics. But the point is that it has an anisotropic signal. The GPS satellites has anisotropic signal that they account for. They account for C plus V. They account for a change in velocity in relation to the center of the ECI. They use the ECEF, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, and they account for real inertial forces, centrifugal, Euler, and Coriolis, radially net inward accelerative forces. That all falsifies the heliocentric model. So if it's evidence of anything, it's geocentricity and falsification of heliocentrism. That's my actual satellite argument. None of them will ever address it. They'll claim that none of those words made sense. They'll never address any of the equations. They'll claim I'm a grifter. I could care less. Like, frankly, we all know the truth is that argument's just over your head. And, if I'm talking to former Space Force captains and aerospace engineers and astronomers and astrophysicists, why would I care what you say, claiming to speak on their behalf of them when I speak to them? So there you go. That's just a fact. And so if someone wants to explain to me how in relativity you can have anisotropic signal propagation and a change in velocity relative to the center of the ECI and a real set of inertial forces, including centrifugal forces and Euler forces and net radially inward accelerative centripetal forces, then holler at your boy. Let me know how that works. How are you accounting for real angular momentum around a stationary Earth? How do you account for change in velocity? And if relativity is true, which is required for heliocentrism, then how do you? Then why is it that you have to account for anisotropic signal propagation? That means a variance in C and C plus V, the velocity at which it moves. Same for atomic clock decay. All of these things specifically refute relativity and heliocentrism. If the satellite's really up there, the worst thing that could ever happen for you guys, of course, I would say we've actually used interferometry to make very precise measurements of a vortex that increases with altitude, and it actually changes in proportion to the periodicity of the sun and the moon and solar motion, such as the maximum and minimum falling on the equinoxes. And yes, I'm not going to slow down and explain all this right now, but all of that would be proof that there is like a vortex that moves over top of the Earth. You could just catch that drift. You would have no physical impedance or resistance due to the medium becoming less and less dense, and you would just be able to perpetually move around in these little ellipses. Of course, you're accounting for an actual curved path when you account for an ellipse, and of course, relativity in the heliocentric model says the object is free falling in a linear path, yet they're accounting for curved path ellipses, right, with change in velocity and ECEF, Earth-centered Earth-fixed coordinate system. I mean, none of that's a problem for us at all. It's actually a huge problem for you guys. No one ever addresses it. They can't address it. That's not my problem, to be honest. So obviously, I'm not scared of satellites at all. Basically, claiming I have to claim that they don't exist is just patently incorrect. And there, I didn't even want to do that, but there you go. All right, I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. Relaxation Station. I bet if you just spam that I'm a joke over and over, somehow it'll become true, and everyone won't realize that I just intellectually eviscerated you and that you can't respond to me. Oh man, you're doing great, kid. You're crushing. I still love you though. All right, I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. Shout out to all the legends that helped make the mission possible, and you guys stay tuned. I'll keep you guys up to date. Make sure you join the Misfits as well if you want to watch behind the scenes and help a brother out. And that's about it. Yeah, who cares what other people think? There's always been people like this. What I think is like when people do stuff like this, just be glad that you're like not on the side with that kind of person, right? Like imagine thinking flat earth or people that don't believe in the current model or don't believe in NASA are so stupid that you obsessively stalk them anonymously, trying to humiliate them and attack them and tear them down and stalk them around the internet. That would objectively make you really weird and a sadist, maybe. And meaning you find enjoyment out of trying to humiliate people over something you think is just super proven. And like, even though that's obviously not the case, and the people that are on this side are way more informed and frankly more intelligent, like it is still just weird from even your perspective. If you really believe what you're saying, then like you're in a super dark place, and I pray for you, bro. But I guess we'll use that guy as an example. Like he's just spamming the chat, freaking out, but no one really cares, right? Like he said laughable clown, but think about it. Obviously, he would be a weirdo in this scenario, right? Like he's obviously the clown. And what I'm saying is they attack you because they're suffering from trauma. They have fear of not fitting in. And their biggest fear is like, you know, being by themselves or not part of the group or whatever. And this is the one time they can come, and it's like an easy target societally or socially to attack, say, people that don't believe in the status quo. And so they feel like they're in an in-group for once, and they can pretend to be smarter than another group because maybe it's something that doesn't normally happen. And I don't mean to be ugly, I'm just being frank. It's like try to have empathy for people like that, because it's kind of sad. It actually is really sad. But so who cares what other people think? That's why I say seek and speak truth unequivocally, and the weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance, and understand that they're kind of projecting their fears onto you, and just kind of, you know, all prophets before you were reviled. So like rejoice, because it had happened to all the prophets before you, all the people that spoke the truth. And there you go. Yeah, don't worry about fitting in, because it doesn't matter. And what's true is rarely popular, and what's popular is rarely true. I'll catch up with you guys later. Peace.
Somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force him a simple that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informant to informing them there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we courting ships, important gifts. Of course it is, what extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks. We ignoring which informant disinforming this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder is it real?